Before we call this meeting to order, I want to read a declaration by the Governor Greg Abbott. On March 13, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott issued a declaration of emergency as a result of the COVID-19 virus outbreak. Subsequently, on March 16, 2020, pursuant to the authority granted in the declaration, Governor Abbott temporarily suspended the application of certain provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, in order to permit telephonic open meetings. This was an effort to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus by avoiding large group meetings while still ensuring continued governmental operations and preserving transparency in the decision-making process. Pursuant to this authority, Tarrant County College District gave notice of its intent to conduct today's work session meeting as a telephonic and video conference open meeting. 6 trustees will participate in person for this meeting. Myself, Conrad Heed, Ms. Teresa Alala, Dr. Michael Evans, Dr. Gwendolyn Morrison, and Mr. Greenhill are here, and Mr. Kenneth Barr has not made it yet. But we're here in person, and Dr. Diane Patrick will participate via video conference or telephonically. We'll now call the work session meeting of the Board of Trustees for September 10th, 2020 to order. My understanding is we have no public comment. Okay. Then we'll review the board business items. Item A would be the work session meeting minutes. If you have reviewed that, if there are any comments, questions?
I'm going to give them a comment.
On the minutes?
Yes, it's a typo. The new chairwoman-elect is Carol Scott Barr from Valorem. She's not elected as chair. Am I on?
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not a big deal. I'm going to give the managers a correction in the minutes about my comments on the meeting of the Community College Association of Trustees. Carol Scott is the chairwoman of the board of directors of that organization, not the chair-elect. So that's all I'm going to give that to her.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on the minutes of the work session? Item B is the August 20th, 2020 Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Any questions, suggestions, Bill? Okay. Then we'll move down to item C, which is the August 28th, 2020 Special Board of Trustees meeting minutes. Questions, discussion? There being none, then we'll move down to item 4 on the agenda, which is the review of proposed consent agenda items for board meetings on September 17th, 2020. Dr. LeBlanc.
Sorry. Good afternoon. How are you this afternoon? So the first item is proposal to approve the contract annual renewal with Edfinancial Services for financial aid call center and verification processing for student financial aid services in the amount of $649,799.33. So just to refresh your memory, and I know we've discussed this before, we outsource the financial aid department's approximately 100,000 annual calls. And we take calls during the standard operating hours, Monday through Thursday, 8 through 7 p.m., 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., Fridays, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and also when we're open on weekends, the call center is open. In terms of the verification, 30% of our students are selected for extra verification process by the U.S. Department of Education. And so Edfinancial conducts those audits. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding Edfinancial.
Is any of this accentuated because of the COVID? Are there any more calls because of that?
I don't believe so. I asked about that. I asked whether the 100,000, that number was still accurate and working, and they said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item, 4B, is ratification for purchase of access to the Westlaw Pro database. So on June 18, 2020, the Board of Trustees approved a resolution granting the Chancellor temporary authority until October 1st to enact rules and procedures as necessary and appropriate to combat the spread of COVID-19. The authority included the ability to make emergency purchases that exceed $100,000 that would later be ratified by the board. So under this authority, TCC proceeded with the acquisition of Westlaw Pro database that would allow the expansion of faculty and staff's ability to work remotely and deliver online course instruction. From March 2020 until the end of spring, Westlaw gave TCC a free trial. So that gave us an opportunity to evaluate the product and see value in it. And as you might imagine, they found it very, very useful and helpful. So the primary students that use this database are the students in the paralegal program. However, the database is available to all of our students and employees if they wish to use it. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have related to it.
Questions?
Dr. LeBlanc, when you say a database that is case law, that kind of thing, they're able just to point and click. All right.
Yes.
I heard my colleague say that back in the day he would go to the books. So this is all of that just compiled in, and they just.
It's an app, and so yes, accreditation still requires that we have all of the books available in our library on the Northeast campus. However, this has spoiled us just a teensy.
I'm sure.
You can get on the app and get all the information you need quickly.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I doubt that there is a law firm on the planet that doesn't have this this app, and it's very, very useful.
Yes.
I'm glad you've got it, or proposing it.
Is any of this covered by the CARES Act?
That I'm not sure about, to be honest with you. I would need to check on that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Okay, item C, consideration approval of contract with Microsoft for Premier Support Services in the amount of $227,000. Mr. Bob Pacheco.
Good afternoon. This contract is for the Premier Support Agreement for 2 dedicated service engineers. One of those will be working with our cloud support services to help us do things like set up VDI and other security things that go around the TAC 202. The second engineer is going to be used for our campus support services and really help us fine-tune our endpoint protection, deployment, things like that. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions, discussion? Teresa? Thank you. We'll move on to item D, consideration and approval of maintenance agreement with IBM through Sirius Computer Solutions, Inc. for on-site and remote services in the amount of $169,152.87.
Yes, this is an annual support agreement that goes with all the peripheral equipment and software that supports our colleague ERP system that's on IBM equipment. It's as boring as it sounds.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to item E, consideration approval of ratification of contract amendment with Ellucian Company LLP for central help desk.
Yes, this is a amendment to our contract for Ellucian for our Tier 1 and Tier 0 24/7 help desk. During the COVID crisis, we actually exceeded our total contact count by over 28,000 contacts. And so there's the original contract had some discrepancies in the numbers, and we were able to negotiate a contact down from $10.25 per contact down to $8.50 or $8.25 per contact. So it's actually, we're saving quite a bit of money, and we've baked this into the new contract.
And these overage charges in the amount of $142,707.50 was caused basically by COVID?
Yes, it is. And we are putting that underneath the CARES Act.
And CARES Act will cover that. Good. Any questions, discussion?
Who's actually using this service? Is it employees or is it students or both?
Both.
Okay.
Yes.
So can you give me just an example of a scenario of when somebody would use this service?
Their password expired, they didn't check it, and so they need to go in there and they call in for help. Or Office 365, they maybe can't get into a connection with it for some particular reason. They call in, and that's where they would get it. So it's usually the easy to handle stuff, and then our own staff here then handles the more complicated ones.
Thank you. Move on to item F, consideration and approval of investment brokers list for 2020-2021. Ms. Susan Alanis.
Good afternoon. So this is a routine item that you see every year that approves the brokers that we invest our cash holdings with each year, and continues the group that we've been using previously.
Questions, discussion? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I do have a question, please. How often do we go through and just review this list? I know we do it once a year, but do we actually go through and maybe give others an opportunity to be added to this list?
So essentially, an opportunity is presented to any broker to submit a questionnaire and represent their qualifications to us. And when they do that, they would be added to this list, and that's how it's derived.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions, discussion? We'll move to item, item G, consideration and approval of annual review and adoption of Tarrant County College District's investment policy and strategy, excluding the mineral investment policy.
Yeah. So you also realize this is an annual requirement of the board to review our investment policy, and this governs the college district's resources that are governed strictly by PFIA. We haven't made any changes to this policy, and so we would ask that you approve this. There will be a separate action item on the agenda associated with the mineral policy that we'll talk about in a moment.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? Thank you. We'll move on to item H, consideration and approval of letter agreement with Weaver and Tidwell LLP to complete the 2020 financial audit in an amount not to exceed $155,000.
Yes, this is authorization for us to engage Weaver again for our annual audit of the fiscal year that just ended. After the last finance committee, we had the recommendation from Trustee Greenhill to consider rebidding that, and the spring after the current audit is done. We've had them in place for a long time, and best practice would indicate that we ought to change auditors at this point.
Questions, discussion? How often do we review our auditors? Do we?
Well, unfortunately, Weaver's been in place for decades here with the college, and so it's time. Normally, you would every 5 to 8 years probably make a change.
Okay.
We have a charter for the Audit and Finance Committee, and actually it says that we should do this every year. We should consider it, not change it, but consider and ask questions about the independence of our auditors, our external auditors. We have no question about the independence of our external auditors, but it's a best practice. The federal law requires publicly held companies to do it every 5 years, period. No questions asked. But anyway, it's something that's a best practice, not necessarily to remove Weaver and Tidwell, but to consider it, see what's out there.
So will the Finance and Audit Committee have a recommendation at some point?
No. What was it? She said she's going to put out an RFP, and then we can consider it at the time.
Okay.
When it comes up.
Yeah, we will issue a request for qualifications and identify the most qualified vendor to negotiate an agreement with, and we'll go to the audit committee with our recommendation at that point, and then bring it to the full board for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, might I ask that within the framework of that, even though the company has been in place for decades, that is it not reasonable to think that the personnel who have both conducted the work and supervised the work has changed over the decades? Do I need to repeat that?
Yeah, please.
I said, even though the firm that has been conducting the audits has been in place for decades, is it not reasonable to assume that the personnel conducting the audits, supervising the audits, and issuing the opinions has changed over the decades? And I'm just asking that question.
That's a true statement. What Weaver and Tidwell does, and as I say, Weaver and Tidwell is a really good firm and does a very, very good job. What the practice is to change the audit partner every once in a while, and I believe they've been doing that. So this is not a question about their integrity. It's just a question of best practice to consider it. As I say, the federal law requires it every 5 years because bad things happen, but it's just a good practice for us to make sure that we're engaging the right audit firm. That's not to say that Weaver and Tidwell would not be rehired. I mean, what I'm saying is we should consider it.
That is correct. Nothing precludes them from responding to the RFQ when we issue it. And one of the considerations in the evaluation would certainly be their dedication to changing out the supervising partner and how they would maintain their independence and so on, and if they were to continue on as our auditor.
Thanks. And while I'm not opposed to doing the RFP, I just sought the further clarification that persons who might not be as up to date on the auditing and accounting processes could benefit from knowing that it hasn't been the same person or the same team performing the audit over all these decades, and that in itself has some built-in safeguards. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Move down to item I, consideration and approval of services agreements with Ayers St. Gross for consulting services related to the 3G8P program development and planning alignment in a combined amount of $304,435.20.
So you may be more familiar with this as Jack Black, who you'll hear from here in a little while, who's been with us for a while to do a lot of the implementation of the 3G8P, as well as help translate translate the criteria developed by those principles into the capital program that we have. And so this continues his engagement with the college. It does reduce the number of hours planned next year as we gradually have matured our own internal processes and panel work with under each of the champions, and we'll continue to do that over the coming years.
Is this a one-year contract?
This is a one-year contract.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay, there being none, we'll go on to item J, consideration and approval of expenditures exceeding $100,000 from statutorily exempted procurement methods for fiscal year 2021 for e-procurement, catalog, supplies, and equipment.
So there's a number of other services with that as well. But what this is essentially is that last month you authorized us to use a variety of different alternative procurement methods, whether they're co-ops or piggybacking on contracts with other public entities who've done a bidding process and so on that conforms to state law. What we haven't done historically is come back to you and ask you to authorize spending authority on those contracts when the aggregate spend in a year is going to be over $100,000. And so that's what this does. It includes all of the kinds of firms that we're engaged with for routine types of purchases. So again, computer hardware, supplies. A good example for you is Staples. So each individual purchase may be $200, but we spend over $1 million a year with them with all of the supplies that are purchased throughout the college through their e-catalog. And so this just clarifies that staff has the authority for those expenditures. The other thing I'll mention is that next month in October, I'll be bringing back to you some amendments to the language around this in the board's policy to add some clarity, because I think it's got some room to explain what that $100,000 threshold means and so on as we get into conformance on these kinds of purchases.
So the purpose of this is more transparency in
That's
our
correct.
purchases.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Any questions, comments?
Mr. President, does that generate, or is there a report to the board at any point on that?
There isn't currently, but certainly at the end of every fiscal year, we could provide that report. What I would envision is that each year at this time, at the beginning of a fiscal year, we'll come get authority for the year. And if you'd like to have more details on the spend from the prior year, we would be happy to do that.
I don't think we need a detailed report, but a pretty
Sure.
high level.
By each firm, perhaps,
summary
yeah.
Probably makes sense.
And the not to exceed spend that's included in the attachment here is reflective of the estimated amount that we would spend in a year too. So that gives you a sense of how much we use each of those vendors.
Any further questions, comments?
I just have a question, may be inappropriate, but comes to mind at this time. Is this an area where we could seek some diversification in terms of purchasing?
So we isolated out of this authority the kinds of things that I think are more prime for diverse procurement. These are more things that are routine in nature and product-based. Pretty much every organization vacillates between Staples and corporate. What's the other one? I can't think of it. Office Max, Office Depot. Thank you. But anyway, and so and there's limited vendors for hardware for computers and that kind of thing. So the diversity opportunities for these kinds of purchases are fairly limited. However, the consulting and things like that, we've isolated those where we'll come back to you on each one of those procurements to make sure that we've evaluated those appropriately.
Well, as I say, I'm asking for a friend. Do we have any locally or regionally owned office supply companies anymore?
I doubt it. Like I said, I mean, it's Staples and Office Depot are the two that tend to be the big suppliers of all large organizations to meet their needs. So I'm not aware that we do. We can certainly, I can talk to our procurement department just to answer that question more directly for you.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, go ahead. You still asking a question?
I was just going to give a little historical background. I can remember in days past when firms like Maybe and Hightower, and there were a few others I can't think of at the minute, were very important to the business environment in Fort Worth and to the beginning of the college. You know, I know times change, and this is 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, just as a point of clarification, so then we this is something that we approve annually. This liberty that we are giving them. This is something that we look at on an annual basis. And then to Mr. Barr's point, we are going to receive somewhat of a executive summary, I guess, of those expenditures. Will that be annually? Will that be twice a year, quarterly? What would that look like?
Well,
So we defer to the board's preference. I would say that it would be easy for us to do on an annual basis, particularly as we update the spending authority each year for the new fiscal year.
and I believe this is the first time this has come before
Yes, sir.
the board. This is an attempt to increase the transparency of what the purchasing is doing. So
Sure.
this is the first time we've seen it.
Okay. And again, I
Which is
just
correct.
want to know how often we would actually look at it. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is an annual basis sufficient, or do you suggest something?
I'm fine with the will of the board, whatever the will of the board is. I just needed
Well,
the
will of the board.
clarification.
I was going to suggest maybe we look at it at least twice a year initially, just to see where, see if establish some good habits off from the beginning, and rather than to wait till the end of the year as a consideration. Twice a year, like every 6 months. Is that feasible? Or do you think that would we have enough information if we did it?
Well, what we could do is after the first half of the fiscal year, just include an informational item in your board packet that would indicate what spend had occurred on each of the different lines.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
We'll of course rely on you if you feel like it's we get more robust information at the end of the year. But I just thought we could kind of see what the spending patterns are, and if we need to make some adjustments on things, we could do so.
Sure.
Rather than to wait.
Sure. Well, and I will tell you that, again, the action item here is to authorize the amount we anticipate we would need for the entire year. And in the event that there's a category that is going to exceed that and not to exceed amount, we would come back to you with a separate board action to tell you why we're exceeding the amount that year and to get authority to do so. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for putting that on the agenda. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, we'll move on to item K, consideration and approval of human resource consulting services with indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity pool of vendors for a three-year term with option to renew for 2 more years with aggregate annual amount not to exceed $500,000. So
we use human resource consultants as a college routinely. Often individual firms are less than $100,000 a year, so you don't see them in front of you. Probably the most prominent one you've seen from the past is Evergreen, who's done some compensation and classification study for the college in the past. However, with a lot of the work that's been coming out of 3GAP in particular, there are going to be needs for classification analysis, staffing analyses, those kinds of things. And so our intent is to have a bench of qualified firms that have varying areas of expertise that we would be able to have authority to engage for those kinds of mini projects. So it would be a service authorization for that purpose. We also use them for more routine HR kinds of issues. If there's instances where we need an investigation or things like that, then or support with policy development, those kinds of things, then we would certainly engage them. This action of the board is to give us contract authority to engage in those contracts. And it's not allocating dollars specifically, rather they would be dollars that are embedded within the college's adopted budget, and we would have to have dollars available in order to execute this, but it's to get board authority for the contract spending.
And this would include background checks, search firms, things like that?
It would include search firms. Background checks, I believe we've got a separate contract that's a little bit more routine that's in place that we do for all of our background checks. This is more for when you need specific expertise to study an issue, or you're right, it could be for recruitment issues for when we hire higher level staff.
And again, I think this is the first time the board has seen this.
Yeah, and I do think in the past, these have generally, in an annual basis, been under $100,000 with a particular firm, with the exception of Evergreen, which probably did come to you as an action item for that project a few years ago. But again, the workload is such that we think it's more efficient for us to have a bench in place for us to put those projects together and respond to the needs of the college.
So operationally, we can expect to see requests for qualifications or RFPs going out recruiting these firms, or what can we expect?
So an RFQ was actually done, and there were, I believe, 7 firms that responded, and they were scored based on their qualifications. 5 were determined to be qualified to do work for us. Again, they have sort of varying degrees of types of expertise, perhaps. But what this does essentially is it engages each one of them in a contract to do work on a demand basis.
Could we see a list of those?
It's at the bottom of the board memo. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay, yeah, it's Baker Tilly, Evergreen, Gallagher Benefit Services, the Siegel Group, and the Texas Association of School Boards. So TASB actually has this service available as well. So it's the big players.
Sure. Only the big players? Go ahead.
I've got a question. Okay. But my question is, will this be supplanting any of the services that we've offered historically in regard to HR? I'm thinking because if we're contracting with people or contracting with a group or what have you, are we taking somebody's place?
No, not at all. Again, in the past, it's just been done on a more ad hoc basis as projects have come up. And again, you haven't seen most of them because the dollar spend is low enough that it hasn't mattered. This just allows us to be very efficient in our ability to pull somebody into a specific project as it becomes evident that we need to.
Okay.
But it does not replace anybody who's doing things like background checks for us today, for example.
Does the word consultant include attorneys?
No, I would think that Carol would be responsible for advising you on any outside counsel that we have to support us. So that would be a separate process. These folks would not be engaged for legal purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Would the renewals the extensions come back before the board?
So the way that we've got this worded, actually, they would not. It would be authorizing us to execute administratively those renewals. Again, that's not crystal clear in the policy, and I think it's been done different ways with the board over the years. But you know, it's at the preference of the board if you'd like to see those renewals come back, or if you would be more comfortable with us exercising them administratively.
Generally, I would suggest the renewals of contracts approved by the board ought to come back to the board.
Okay.
The other question is there any MWBE consideration in any of these firms?
Yes, there was an MWBE component to the scoring of these firms as well. And so we can get you some more detailed information on that if you'd like to see it.
All right. Second question. Are any of these firms local firms?
They are not. They are not. And actually, none of the responders had a local office.
I would just
what I would say is, let me qualify that. Some of these firms actually have offices in the Metroplex for their local presence of the projects that they serve here, but their home office is somewhere else.
I would just ask that as we look at things like this on a go-forward basis, that some effort may be made to reach out to local firms that seem to be appropriate and assess their interest.
Yeah. We've been emphasizing that point with our procurement department to make sure that their outreach is thorough from that standpoint.
That's good. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I knew we don't vote on it, do we? Okay.
Then we'll move on to item L. Consideration and approval of deductive change order with Brandt Engineering for electrical systems upgrade on Northwest Campus in the amount of a negative $56,533.
Yes, and this is an instance where the scope was reduced fairly substantially after interaction with Encore that did not allow this firm to perform that part of the assessment. And so we'll be working with Encore directly on that piece. So this is a scope reduction that resulted in the return of some of the funding.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to item M, consideration approval of deductive change order with Enviromatic Systems for direct digital controls upgrade on Northwest Campus in the amount of a negative $79,094.66.
So this program was a service to the Fire Service Training Center and their direct digital controls. And the project is complete. There was a segment of that project that was determined to be more efficiently delivered in combination with a different project that will be let. And so this reduction reflects that reduction in scope as well.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to item N, consideration and approval of payment to McCall, Parkhurst, and Horton for legal fees associated with the bond program in the amount of $196,165.95. Ms. Carol Bracken.
Good afternoon. As I'm sure you all remember, with regard to our recent bond initiative, we retained Jeff Luschel and the firm of Parkhurst McCall to represent us in those transactions. The fees that were assessed are based on the amount of bonds that are actually sold. And with regard to that first tranche of bonds that went through about $300 million, the fees are assessed on that part. The fee in question is $196,165.95, and that reflects fees based on, there's some flat fees in there as well as some fees that are based on the bonds themselves.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on. Thank you, Carol. We'll move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is a review of proposed individual action items for our board meeting on September 17th, 2020. Item A is consideration and adoption of resolution levying an ad valorem tax of 0.13017 cents per each $100 of assessed value for the year 2020 tax year.
So as we talked about last month, the adoption of the tax levy is now a two-step process under state law that came into effect at the beginning of this year. And so what we have done is we have published an ad, and we'll be holding a public hearing next week covering the tax rate. I want to emphasize that we are adopting the same tax rate that the college adopted last year. That was our commitment to the voters when we sought approval of the bond program, that we would absorb the debt service required to support the bond program within our existing tax rate. The thing that is different this year is that we actually are slightly in excess of the no new revenue rate, meaning the rate that would have generated the same amount of revenue from existing property from last year. And so that triggers the public hearing, as well as some very specific language that will need to be utilized next week to adopt the tax rate. Be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have an estimate of what the difference between the tax rate is, say, for a $200,000 house? What?
So the average homestead in Tarrant County is $290,000, or excuse me, $222,000, and the impact is about $5 a year.
Okay.
Yeah, very minimal.
Any questions, discussion? Thank you. We will skip over 5B because we're going to have a presentation on that later.
Yes.
So we'll move on to item C, which is consideration and approval of ratification proposal with Texas Air Systems, Inc. for COVID-19 district-wide bipolar ionization additions in the amount of $212,500.
So we are recommending improved filtration in some of our HVAC systems based on a prioritization of areas that could benefit from that improvement. And this will help us further prepare for when students are more actively on campus. This is covered by the CARES Act.
Questions, discussion? We'll move on to item D, 5D, consideration and approval of ratification of contract addendum number 1 with ABM Texas General Services, Inc. for COVID-19 enhanced cleaning services in the amount of $350,000 not to exceed.
So this is our existing contractor for janitorial services, and based on the service levels that are being asked for in-person class sessions, that there's cleaning that occurs between every session, and so we've got to have the availability of more active porters. We are anticipating an increase in our annual cost. This is also covered by the CARES Act.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to 5E, consideration and approval of contract with Talent Corporation, LLC for professional employer service for skilled construction workers in the amount of $5,500,000, which is $1.1 million annually for a 2-year term with 3 one-year renewal options.
So this is a 5-year contract. It had been a bit of time since we had done an RFP for these kinds of services that are staff augmentation, primarily for our real estate and facilities office, for maintenance and small construction projects. And so we went out to the market, and it does represent an hourly rate increase of 10 to 12%. Our rate had been stagnant for a long time, and we actually were starting to have trouble getting them to provide labor for us because of the rate. And so we think that this will improve the quality and quantity of folks that we're able to employ. To your point earlier about the renewals, we will incorporate into the policy that I bring back to you next month that the renewals will come back for board consideration.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to 5E, consideration and approval. Oh, we just did it. F, consideration and approval of contract with Imperial Construction for the 3rd floor corporate services renovation at the Irma C. Johnson Hadley Center of Excellence in the amount of $2,391,104.
So over the last couple of board sessions, we've had contracts related to the improvements that will happen on the 3rd floor of that building in preparation for Corporate Solutions expanded services that you'll hear more about from Dr. Giovannini later in our briefings. And this is the construction portion of that project.
Questions, discussion? There being none, we'll move on to 5G. Consideration approval of HVAC equipment purchase from Texas Air Systems, Inc. for the Welding Technology Lab expansion project at the Irma C. Johnson Hadley Center of Excellence in the amount of $368,000.
So again, this is one that you've seen in a series of contracts as we've been improving the welding lab facilities, and this is the HVAC portion of that project that has been underway.
Questions, discussion? Okay, item H, consideration approval of contract with Perkins & Will to provide redevelopment and design services for Southeast Campus in the amount of $2,621,940. And I, consideration approval of contracts with multiple vendors for redevelopment, design services, and construction at Northwest Campus in the amount of $22,935,788. We'll pass over those because we're going to have a presentation. Yep. Dr. Giovannini.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, board members. We have 4 presentations today. The first one does address item 5H and I. Specifically, it is an opportunity to meet our partners, the parties involved in our initial bond projects at Northwest and at Southeast that will be doing the design and construction. You'll hear their role, responsibility, their experience and capacity related to what they bring to the table. You also we'll hear directly though from Jacobs, which is our owner's representative. They are to ensure our best interests throughout the bond program at this time. And they are really responsible to the college and the board as it relates to ensuring that what we're asking to be done is done. Within that, the responsibility of vetting all decisions that may need to be vetted related to design and construction. They will share a couple of those today already that they have vetted. What's the outcome of those? You will get a more comprehensive report of any vetting that does happen related to design and construction at the conclusion of every update. So today, at the conclusion of today, you will receive a much more comprehensive report. And quarterly, when we do the quarterly updates on the bond, you will receive likewise. So I would like to ask Jack Black from Ayers St. Gross. Jack's going to moderate, if you will, and provide direction to this discussion. As Susan alluded earlier, Jack came to us even before I was hired. I guess he was hired right before I was, as it relates to the college's need for planning and bringing some order and structure to the work that we're trying to do as a college. Not just programs and services and how we go about intaking students and what are in our libraries and what they look like in our learning spaces, but then the transition or the transformation or the handoff, if you will, to that work, to how that actually impacts the facilities and what facilities will look like. So there is an order to the 3G and 8P work, and that what is yielded out of that is to inform our construction, our remodel, and a large part of our bond program moving forward. So Jack, will you take it from here, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me make sure we can do presentation and my clicker is working. The Chancellor described there's quite a few different pieces in here today, and we'll go through some of this front-end conversation about different parts of this process and team members, and we'll get to some introductions as we go through this. And if you have questions, please raise your hand along the way. Is this advancing? There we go. There's 5 or 6 sections to the way this works today. And we're going to spend a few minutes kind of describing the organization, both the external and internal team members, some of the particular projects that we have, specific teams that we have on different campuses that are proposed, and then some of the kind of systems and conversations that have come up in your discussions over time. First, what is this organized and what is the management responsibilities of all of this? And I'm getting some clicks, not always. First is to remember that there are a tremendously diverse set of projects involved in all of this. As many of you know very well how complicated the campuses are. We have older and newer campuses. We have big projects and small projects, full replacements, interiors. If you name it, there's an example of this situation occurring. In order to pull all of that together, and to make sure we have a process that's consistent, that all of those diverse projects are dealt with in similar ways and their reporting is accurate to all of you and to the public. We insert in the entire process Jacobs, who's an owner's representative. They have a very broad responsibility to help implement the bond projects, do all of the official reporting, act in a daily way to extend the services and skills of the district, and to make sure that all of this is a durable process that goes on for the full length of the bonds and the capital projects themselves. So they're a major interface to it. At the top, though, we have also all of the TCC team, and sorry for all of that small writing, but there's a lot of folks involved. So, of course, we have you as the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor and the Chancellor's Office, Susan, her team was CO from the operations side, and throughout all of RE&F, and a whole lot of technical specialists and others that already exist within the resources of the college. The next piece of it is also once we include Jacobs into this, and you can see a very long list as well, and we'll introduce them in more detail in a few minutes. But the Jacobs team brings a very broad, diverse set of people involved as well. So as you can tell, we have people that are involved in construction and engineering and technical pieces, reporting, scheduling, and also accounting, all sorts of different aspects that have to come together under their umbrella. We also want to mention again that at the bottom and underneath all of these bond projects is the just change in the kinds of scope and scale that these projects present. And so we're asking them to take on a very broad number of projects. And when that number is in excess of 200, it's probably larger than that. So when we put all of these pieces together, I'd like you to just have an understanding of the number of people and the sort of big sections of how this works. TCC interfaces with Jacobs. Jacobs interfaces with all of the individual projects. All of the projects then have individual design and engineering teams. And we also have all of the aspects of RE&F that support the ongoing maintenance and understand the campuses. So it's a very large system. Let's take a minute and talk more about the college's resources themselves, because we have quite a bit here. So, of course, under the Chancellor's Office, there's the leadership and oversight and the duty of communication with the board, your input and oversight as well. The direction under Susan Alanis for the direct coordination and supervision with Jacobs, as well as making sure we have all published documents and information that goes through her first before it comes to the board. And lastly, we have the organization of RE&F, which many of you know all the basic parts to for management operations. And they will, in this case, also help coordinate the projects with the bond project manager. And then we also have the overall management of all of the different kinds of things, because we still have maintenance occurring, normal projects that are not within the boards, within the bond campaign themselves and other things. So it's a very long list that includes all of those. We want to make sure too that there is a lot of guidance that is provided by RE&F to each project that already occurs. So there is a set of well-experienced PMs that know each of the campuses and the various projects, and there's already been planning for years, and you've approved many of the projects that put in place infrastructure, repairs, and other things that are all leading up to all of this work. Through that, they're also tracking technical changes, historical trend analysis. This includes everything from utilities to the amount of Wi-Fi that's used, all sorts of different things that impact the functionality of the campuses. That information is exchanged with and offered to all of the different design teams as we go forward. There's also a whole series of design guidelines that exist. These have been improved and added to, particularly over the last 2 or 3 years. These include things from space planning and space design, so we have standardization of offices or classrooms, things like that, to technical requirements, how much wattage, how many foot candles are in each room, all the different sorts of parts that describe how things should work well. And one of the important things for all of you to know is that all of the design, all of the buildings and projects are designed to a LEED silver baseline. So LEED is the national program for how buildings are sort of managed and monitored for their energy usage and their overall sort of durability and impact on the environment. Not all buildings are actually certified, but that is a standard that we'll use, and we'll talk about it more in a minute. Over the past few years, you can see that there's been significant changes, and both of the LEED standard improves both the Texas standards of energy use and of water and other utilities. And then lastly, we are trying to track and develop a way to report all of these improvements in performance for buildings. And we should talk more about that as well later. Over the past few years, there have been a whole series of actions that we just want to remind have occurred. So there have been significant and continuous investments in infrastructure. These include automation systems and electrical systems, both interior to buildings and across large site areas, some very large redistributions of power, the increased use of thermal energy and how it's distributed across all the campuses, air handling, and all kinds of submetering. This allows us to track and really understand the usage patterns. That's a lot. Also, one of the important things to know is sort of some of the results of this. Is over the past 5 years, there's been a 30% decrease in annual usage of energy, which is significant. And one of the other points is that over about the past 10 years, I'm guessing, because I've been able to see some of it, it's probably closer to about a 50% reduction. These are very impressive, important things to do, and we probably need to spend more time reporting and talking about them overall. You also own some very important assets, and they're also of very high quality. So the Trinity River campus is a LEED Silver project, the building that we're in currently. The Southeast campus is a LEED Gold building, which is an addition of the science lab. So a LEED Gold lab building is an accomplishment. And then lastly, a very high-level accomplishment is the Energy Technologies building on South Campus. That is platinum, and that's a wonderful thing to have. And it's particularly important because it's a very nice building, and it fits the program that's there. So there's also just the note, too, that the water reduction on all the campuses led to some awards from the city. We lost that. I'm so glad there's all, here we go. Perfect. Perfect, thank you. So just some images of those buildings. So infrastructure and upgrades that have occurred. The Science and Computer Building, which is the lab building at Southeast Campus, is gold. And on our next slide, if it's going to work, we have, well, Trinity River, of course, at the top two images that we're in today. And then at South Campus, the LEED Platinum Building. So just some images to remember. Now, this will be a little bit more complicated as we go through this for the external team. I'd like to spend a minute on Jacobs. We'll introduce them in a few minutes, but Jacobs is a well-known, very well-known national company, and particularly well-known here in Texas. $4.5 billion in educational projects in Texas, and this is a local firm and staff. Very collaborative with all of the different needs that we have, and we want to note that they have a 35% MBE, WBE hub participation, and they seek very clearly to have good roles for all of those criteria. The staff itself will be co-located so that that kind of high level of interaction can occur between Jacobs and all of the various project teams and the RE&F staff. And as we have all of these projects occurring, this will be a complex network of people and resources across the district and probably on campuses as well. Now, the next piece we have are the project-specific teams. And at Northwest, I just want to be really clear that there are two architectural firms, Huckabee and Gensler, that are working together on the project, and the CMAR is Skanska. So there's three major team members plus Jacobs on that project. And let me describe that for a second. Huckabee is the prime firm, and that means as the architect of record, they are responsible for all of the final holding of all of the contracts, legal documents, and other pieces. Gensler is working with them on the front end as the architecture designer and planner and programmer of the campus. These sorts of relationships of two titans is very common, and it provides for a very successful partnership. They've been working very hard together, and we have, I think some of you have seen some of the work. Their particular qualifications, just as a summary, and we asked them to provide these to us, is number one, between the two of them individually, number one firm in Texas, I believe, is Huckabee, and number one university firm in the U.S. is Gensler. A very significant portfolio of work nationally and locally, and we'll talk more about some of their sustainability and other issues in just a second here. This is what I was describing between the two firms, is that right now Gensler has the predominant level of the lift to the entire project, and as time goes on, Huckabee will be developing more of the documentation, engineering, and other aspects of the project once it's fully designed. Their firms and their team is compiled of a significant amount of specialists and technical consultants. Most of these are local or have significant Texas presence. You'll also notice that there's an asterisk by all the MBE, WB hub requirements. And I believe, Kirby, this is a 35% on this one. Next, we have the relationship with Skanska. So Skanska sits in the overall system here, and they are CMAR, and they have a very, besides being the general contractor, they have all of their sub-consulting firms and sub-consulting contractors. And in their system, where they are right now reporting about a 46% WBE, MBE participation. And they wanted to make sure that sustainability is not just about the design process, and once the building is up and running, it's also about how you build and construct the project. So there's a number of examples here that are both about building the buildings and then how they perform long term. And some of them are some big names, some of them are more local. We have more examples in a second. We wanted to make sure that you saw some of the projects from these teams. So this is from Huckabee, and this is from Rockwell ISD and Collin College, which is a local project. And this is a kind of a career academy, and can read the different aspects of it. But it just kind of demonstrates the sort of experience that students will have on our buildings as they go forward. Another one is Lone Star, which is a major peer institution in a lot of ways, and has been the place for a lot of visits and conversations between the work of Tarrant County and the 3G principals, 3G AP principals. And this is a phase 1, 2, and 3. So they've built several portions of a campus. I'm sure some of you have visited. Gensler's also been working with Lynn University, and this is a student center, and you can see sort of the character of it. And it's also LEED Silver. So this is a long history of similar kinds of projects. And in design innovation, this is just Gensler's summary on sustainability again, more specifically, a lot of projects that have been certified. And lastly, some of the specific examples on the Northwest campus. They have done a tremendous amount of work in solar analysis, building skin design, the location of glass, proportion of glass to skin, other criteria to make sure the building performance is highly modeled. These are simply some snapshots, and if you maybe have seen or can remember from the imagery of the campus, those green shapes with slopes and red shapes with slopes, that's a tongue twister. These are the solar studies that help us understand where glass should be and should not be to make sure we have good energy performance. On Southeast, we have the team of Perkins and Will. This is much smaller and simpler. They are one firm, and they'll do everything from the design and programming front end all the way through the documents and construction. And we have not chosen the CMAR or the design, the construction partner for this yet. And basically that's what I've just described. And one of the important things about that campus is realigning the overall programs and space needs to the population. As many of you know, that campus has had tremendous growth, and we need to make sure and kind of reallocate all the spaces, classroom sizes, and other things to fit how it's really used today. They similarly have, and you'll notice a number of sub-consultants that help them on the technical and engineering side. Some of these are the same as on the other projects for continuity of skill set, as well as for managing and creating the same standards for all of the different campuses. Some examples from Perkins and Will include Clemson. This is a family innovation center just for character and a diverse program of functions inside of it, LEED Silver. The University of Washington Life Sciences building, this has got a lot more to do with labs and other kinds of complex spaces, but is a LEED Gold. And then lastly, this is Collin College Technical Center. And I'd like you to notice some of the different things. They're still working on it. It's in design. But this is one where they've used tilt wall construction and some other interesting ways to kind of make for more creative final design. So we're still in the early stages on the Southeast campus, but we anticipate creative answers. My vision is that is too far away for me to read them all, but basically it's a summary of their sustainability reductions and improvements to the building over baselines. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about how we look at different things when we have ideas come up. And we have lots and lots of ideas that are kind of permeated through the process. And they're everything from all sorts of places, including end users, everything that's involved in IT, technology, building construction, things from the engineering side, things that are proposed from vendors, ideas from you, ideas from lots of people. And so there is a little bit of a process on how we talk about these. They are also not just about materials and technology. They are also about how we control or manage things long term. Some of it is the way in which things are physically configured, and many of them are also in construction methods. So it's a big list of things. In step one, you know, when all these ideas come through as a team, the usual conversation is how do we vet the relevance and applicability of an idea? So one of the important things that's different in the normal set of things is if you were to normally do this in most other environments, what's cheapest or what's fastest? This is more complicated for you. I think it's very important to understand if the application has academic value. This is a place of learning. Can we show and talk about it? Can we learn from it by having it on our campuses? Is it actually applicable? Does it achieve the requirements we really want? Is it compatible? Are we creating a new problem for ourselves, or does it work with existing functions, or do we actually need to move existing things to a new level of performance? Is it resilient? These buildings get a tremendous amount of use and wear and tear. We have to make sure things are super durable and resilient in that we can repair them easily. Scalable. We have everything from very small independent campuses with individual buildings to big complex buildings like we're in today. Scalability is extremely complex for this institution. And the trade-offs, what are we getting and giving? And then the track record. We do not want to experiment and invent without some focus or benefit. And once something gets through all of that, we start talking about what is the actual need and skills to do an engineering review. Can we actually look at it on paper? Do we need to mock it up? Do we need to do samples of it? What is the sort of first step technical analysis of it? What is the likely cost benefit? Does it cost more, but it's worth it? Does it necessarily, we think it costs less? We actually try and build it out, look at it, and analyze it. And then lastly, does it really achieve the performance modeling? Does it help us on lead? Does it help us on efficiencies, water, air quality, all sorts of things? Do we really get a benefit out of it? So when we do this 1- and 2-step stage, that usually leads to something being incorporated and just part of the project. So we wanted to share too that there's lots and lots of ideas that are involved in this, and we just have a few. These are some of the big ones. So we call this the idea log, and from material and cost logs, Huckabee and Gensler are currently using and looking at a variety of different materials inside and outside the buildings. Those are being vetted and used. The LED lighting, this may be the first campus that comes out of the gate fully. The new campuses be the first campuses that come out fully LED all the way, not in a hybrid situation or retrofit. We'll talk about power over Ethernet in a few minutes and what that might mean. Technology, backbone versus access. This is a whole area where people are really talking about software or access, like using the Wi-Fi, versus what really drives it and all the hardware and other pieces behind the scenes. These are a hard thing to balance. We have things like ADA and gender neutral restrooms and the actual quantities and locations of these things. We have the ICF, which came up from you, which we'll talk about in a second. And then also things like the variable VRF air conditioning systems, which is a high performance concept. So we have a couple of these to talk about today, particularly power over Ethernet and the insulated concrete. So what I'd like to do is, if we can, this is a little bit of a matrix. Herschel, can you come up and introduce yourself, and Jeff? And while we do this, I'd also like to point out, Kirby, can you, I know it's hard with masks, but can you introduce everybody real quickly, starting with Paul? Go ahead. Yeah.
We can't really hear you. We can't really hear you.
Come on up, Curry.
And I'd like to hear their own voices.
So come on up, Paul.
And can I make a comment while you're coming about gender neutral restrooms? Just to be clear that that's not eliminating all of the designated. And in addition to gender neutral, add the consideration of in this 30th year of ADA, let me say, that to insert the idea of an accessible restroom accommodating an assistant. Thank you.
My name is Paul Thomson. I'm a principal at Huckabee & Associates.
My name is Dan Eikenberry. I'm a project manager at Perkins & Will.
I'm Vandana Nayak, principal with Perkins & Will.
Hi, Todd Reeves with Skanska, project executive.
Hi, Joe Lindemann with Skanska, project executive, field operations.
Perfect, thank you. And Herschel, let me introduce Herschel with Jacobs and Jeff. Can you both introduce yourselves a little bit about your background, and then we'll talk about these things?
Absolutely. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I want to congratulate you on this road that we're all about to embark on in this bond program. It's exciting times. Just through the little that we've been involved and get to know this program, I think it's going to be exciting. So I congratulate you on that. My name is Herschel Acosta. I am with Jacobs. Here we're locally actually down the street from here on 77 North Main Street. And I work out of both the Fort Worth office and the Dallas office. I've been with Jacobs for approximately 20 years. I didn't start after junior high. I graduated and then came to work for them. And been working throughout the South, Washington, D.C., New Orleans, all over, managing bond programs for clients. Government work, both for the GSA, for the Corps of Engineers, and some other institutions within the federal government. And I moved to Dallas about 5 years ago, where I've been working here, also managing bond programs for clients as well. With me is Jeff. Jeff, I'll let you.
Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Brogdon. I don't have 20 years with Jacobs. I joined Jacobs last December after retiring from public education for 34 years. Spent the last 15 years right here in Tarrant County in Mansfield ISD executing bond programs. We executed some very successful bond programs, just shy of $1 billion. Some really exciting projects, your typical projects, school buildings, obviously. We also had some unique opportunities to build a performing arts center, agriculture center, and a what's becoming a nationally known pre-K center in Mansfield. So I have spent the last 15 years here. I'm very excited about this opportunity. One of the reasons I primarily joined Jacobs was for this Tarrant County project. I'm a resident here. I'm also a parent. My daughter went through Tarrant County, and my wife also took some classes at Tarrant County that led her to get her bachelor's degree. So I'm very excited about this opportunity and look forward to serving you and look forward to joining the TCC team. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could say something about Jeff, he's done an outstanding job in MISD for a decade. He's a good man.
Checks in the mail, Dr. Evans, to the church.
Don't say stuff like that here.
I think we're on camera. Don't say that.
Has he made a campaign contribution? I'm just asking.
If we're on camera, I'm not answering that.
So what I'd like to do right now is we took a detailed look at a couple of these different ideas. So I think Herschel will lead this, but we want to talk for a minute about power over Ethernet and what that means. I think some of you are familiar with some of the recent projects that have included it. We'd like to just talk about it for a few minutes with all of you and share some knowledge. And we'll do the same on the concrete system and anything else that comes up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jack. So as part of our primary role as your program manager is to assist and provide you, the administration, the information that is needed to make the appropriate decision as we move this bond program moving forward. And so through that process, what happens, ideas come up, and we have to go through some sort of analysis to understand what is it, is this idea a viable idea to put into this particular building, particular classroom, particular campus, and overall the particular college, if you will. So we'll start off with this example. For example, the power over Ethernet, right? It's a brand new system that's sort of come out in the market. What it is, it utilizes internet cabling, if you will, E6. You've seen it in your computers. And it sends a low voltage direct current to be able to power either equipment, in this case, lighting, right? You typically have seen this, but maybe not knew it as PoE. For example, I don't know if you all remember the old phones, right? The lights would go out, but you picked up the phone and all of a sudden there was a tone in there. Well, that was actually a small direct current that ran through the telephone lines that allowed the phone to operate, even though the power may have gone out everywhere else. So it's something similar. And what has happened is they've taken this idea and sort of modified it and put it into, for example, WAPs, wireless access points, where you've got a wireless access point out there. It's sending out signals to be able to connect to the internet, but you don't see a connection, you don't see a plug there because the small electrical current goes and feeds that. Now that sort of moved, and the next level, if you will, in the logic of that is, well, let's do lighting. It's an emerging market, so let's consider that. Let's take a look at that. So there are a couple of criteria that you have to analyze and say, okay, is this idea a viable solution that we can implement maybe overall in a building, campus, et cetera, et cetera. So a couple of things we got to look at it is, can we maintain this particular system? Is there enough out there that if we implement this and the lights go out or something happens, we're not going to be stuck because the guy that manages this lives somewhere in Iowa, and now we got to wait for the guy to come back in an airplane and fix it, right? Is it a proprietary system, right? Unfortunately, there's good systems out there, but because they're proprietary, that sort of limits what we can or cannot do and how we implement that into a building. Is it expandable, right? Can we attach to it? Is it a small connection that we can add more to it? Or does it require an overhaul where we have to tear half the building down to be able to add to it? Safety. Is it safe, right? Is there any concern for the safety of the students, administration, faculty, what have you? And is the product mature enough for us to be able to put in there, and we're not all of a sudden, we're not basically beta testing this equipment, and then 3 or 4 years on the road, we realize we've all got all this lessons learned, but we spent all this money on that. So when we look at those systems, those are some of the questions that we have to ask, and we have to provide that information to the administration for us to be able to sit down, and the decision needs to be made. Can we put it in? How do we put it in? Or what areas does it make sense for us to do that? So when we look at the system, we realize that it's an emergent technology that specializes for lighting needs. And so it's not really there yet to be able to provide the robust lighting that you need, right? When you're looking at a campus, not only do you have classrooms, but now you've got laboratories, right, which require different lighting. You've got offices which require different lighting. So are you going to end up with, 200 light bulbs, light fixtures, or you go with something conventional to be able? So Jack talked a little bit about LED lighting. That's one of the things that now is being implemented, where it provides, right, low voltage, you convert it into low voltage and provide the same amount of lumens that you would in the old type of light bulbs, if you will. Some of the uses for that, IT uses, like I mentioned, the wireless access points. Those are systems that actually use that kind of system to be able to provide power. Is it a proprietary system? There's not a lot of, right now, folks out there in the market that provide the system. So there's some proprietary systems in there that we have to be careful how we approach that, because we may not be able to expand or work on it like we do with other systems. Lighting, like indicated, for example, hotels are great opportunity for that, where you've got a set amount of buildings and you basically replicate that, rooms to replicate that throughout a building, and where your lighting loads may not be as big as, for example, classrooms, right? LED, like I said, LED provides the same type of lighting, the same type of system to put into that. And then there are some potential applications in there, right? For example, in a laboratory setting where you may be able to provide the system and look at it and be able to touch it and feel it and have students or folks learning about this system be able to go and look at that. The other example, go ahead, sir. Yeah, please.
The example that we probably definitely need to try and do is, this is a really, since it's a cool technology, we need to figure out how it's included probably on South Campus in a couple of areas. We have EE programs and we also have some IT programs. So it absolutely works perfectly for that sort of demonstration use. And I would say the other thing is that most of the overhead distribution is very heavy voltage. And so for our uses, that's harder to do in this, just to clarify that one.
Another example, we'll talk a little bit quickly on the concrete. That's the next slide, please.
Mr. President, can
yes, sir.
At what point do we ask questions about this?
Go ahead, sir.
Right now.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Herschel Acosta.
Herschel.
Yes, sir.
You've given us some good reasons to look into here. I understand that. But the tenor of what you're saying to me is exactly why the members of this board asked for this presentation today. It's all the reasons it can't be done. That's really what it felt like from what you were saying. And let me speak a minute. Has Jacobs ever designed or been involved in building constructing a POE building?
Yes, sir.
Where?
For the NAVAC, it's a government, it's a naval facility up in the Northeast.
Up in where?
The Northeast.
Northeast.
Yes, sir. I have to be a little bit careful because it's a top secret facility out there, but we did put a POE in there.
Okay. Is there any experience gained from that?
Yes, sir.
Is that available to the local community? To your office locally?
Yes, sir. What happened there is the Navy came back and they asked us to take it out. They weren't very happy with the way the system was. And we can certainly provide more detail that goes into the technical analysis of that. But unfortunately, the Navy there did not like it.
How long ago was that?
Probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is technology. Have you been in any buildings here in the Metroplex that have this technology?
Are you referring to POE lighting or POE in
whole
general?
System, yeah.
Well, most buildings have power over Ethernet, particularly when it comes to like wireless access points and some of that. So that's pretty much standard now.
For lighting?
For lighting, no, sir. No, I have not been into buildings that have POE lighting.
Well, I'm not an engineer, and I'm certainly not in your business, but I think that there is considerable sentiment on this board that these things be investigated in a how could we do this basis and not on here are all the reasons we can't do it. I'm reminded of, I spent 50 years in the commercial printing business. Yes, for many of those years, we had a plant superintendent, and when you take something different to him, his response, Paul's response was always, well, you can't do that. And finally, we'd say, no, let's figure out how to do it. And by golly, he could do it better than anybody could do it. But his initial response was no. And I just wanted, for one person, I'm only speaking for myself.
Yes, sir.
I want, and on all these issues, I want to ask you all to approach it from the standpoint of we're going to explore it and try to figure out how to do this. Tarrant County College is building buildings that are going to be here for 50 or 100 years, and we ought to build the very best buildings we possibly can. And that involves, when I look at our 50-year-old buildings, gosh, look what technology has done since then. We need that kind of planning to accommodate the next 50 or 100 years. It's pretty hard to do, but that's what we're looking for.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just speaking for myself, but I know there's some strong feeling on the board amongst other members of the board.
And I should have been a little bit more clear. We're not saying that this system does not need to be applied. I think the question is, what makes sense for the application of the system into the buildings? There are opportunities there. I grant you that, absolutely. But does it make sense to you do it, in a classroom setting perhaps, or in a building, or right? I think that's the question of where does it make the most sense to be able to implement such a system?
A number of us toured this hotel that's in downtown Fort Worth.
Yes, sir.
That has POE lighting in it. They have hotel rooms, they have corridors, they have meeting rooms and so forth. They're using that technology.
Sure.
And I think we need to investigate that.
Sure.
And including, you all need to look at that hotel.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And the technology is being taught on our Northeast campus. If you're not familiar with POE and how to do that, the people that actually installed that POE system are graduates of our Cisco lab. They're students.
Yes, sir.
And so they've done it. And like Mr. Barr said, I suggest you go down there and not only see the building, but talk to the people that put that together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm sorry. I mean,
no, and see how we might incorporate that if it makes sense to incorporate that in our new buildings.
Yes, sir. No, absolutely. You know, I'm a graduate of Texas A&M University, and they're the construction department built the building, and what they did is some of the walls, they sort of put glass so students can see how the systems operate, right? To be able to have a hands-on learning. So maybe there may be some opportunities there where we can have areas where you can have some of this. But I think the question is, right, do you segregate it to one area or do you implement it overall in the building, right? The one thing I would say about hotels is, you know, when you have one particular type of building, it's very easy to maintain parts when you have one system in for the whole building, right? When you're looking at a campus and you're looking at a building within a campus and then a campus within a college, now all of a sudden you have to be a little bit conscientious of what makes sense for us to have available in regards to maintenance and parts and so on and so forth. So I think those are some of the decisions that we need to be able to sit down and consider and analyze. And again, come up to a decision where does it make sense to implement to be able to learn the aspects of the learning aspects of it. Okay. So
we can, let's do the next one.
Absolutely. One more.
It's not clicking here.
So while we get the slide up, so that actually is a good segue to talk about the next one, right? For example, one of the items we were asked to take a look and analyze is, you know, the concrete forms, right, where you've got basically styrofoam with a concrete sandwich into it, right? Again, there's a place for it everywhere. You know, having worked with the Corps of Engineers used to those buildings, but they tend to be more utilitarian in nature. We did work in Louisiana after Katrina. And what they did is a lot of those buildings were, particularly pump houses, some of those technologies were used to be able to protect. So again, the technology the building system is there. So we just need to make sure where does it make sense for us to put into place. And there may be some opportunities within the design of the buildings where that may occur. Particularly, we would recommend buildings that need to be protected. You know, in Dallas ISD, they use that for storm shelters because they're hefty. Now that requires a bigger foundation, right? So you got to take into account that and make sure that your foundation is properly robust to be able to incorporate that. There's some limitations to the technology, right? You can only go up certain height. And then after that, you sort of start having to reinforce the walls and some of those things. So there's some discussion there and some decisions that need to be made. But certainly there's some opportunities there, and I think where we can implement that again to be able to put some of those into the building.
Yeah, there are, the Frisco ISD has built 20 buildings using this technology, and Plano and Allen the same.
Absolutely.
And the Corps of Engineers will not build a building unless it's with this construction.
No, sir, I don't mean to.
Well, they're the ones that introduced it in this area, as a matter of fact, the Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, so the Corps of Engineers has a buffet, you will, of building systems, and that was added, I think, about 1997, if I'm not mistaken. So it's one of their systems. We're doing work for them in Tinker Air Force Base, and they're not using them out there. They're using a different type system. But to your point,
okay,
yes, sir.
So if we can't do Herschel, I mean, can one of the Perkins and Well team, you guys are working at Collins right now, and you use Tilt. Can you talk about that for a second?
For a point of clarification, Mr. President, could I ask you what you intend for me to take away from this presentation? Mr. Heath.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to be clear onto what I'm expected to take away from this conversation.
That's an excellent question. I guess we're trying to evaluate these folks and see if this is the direction that we want to go in as far as the college. Do we have the confidence that they're going to do the kinds of things that we expect? Do they have the vision of building something that's very, very special for Tarrant County College that will be best for the college and best for our students?
Could I defer to the Chancellor for that? The response?
It's within the board's purview to act on these items, and so we are presenting in detail the individuals, the groups that are being involved in both of these projects, from engineering, design, construction. It's the board's decision to act upon the recommendation of what resulted in an RFQ and RFP processes. And the purpose of today is for you to meet these folks, to hear of their role, responsibility, their experience, their capacity, and answer any particular questions that you may have. And then you need to judge your comfort level related to that decision. There have been a couple items that have come up, the couple that you have just seen. And so I've asked for them to do due diligence is how would they actually address items that were to come up in the design and construction, issues that were raised, and what process would they go through? They go through a vetting process, which was articulated. This is somewhat of a bulleted summary of a couple of items. There's much more detail in a white paper related to the analysis or assessment that they've done on both of these particular items that can be shared with the board. But I wanted to give you a higher overview first, and then you can then chew on that and then look at the detail in the white paper, if you will. It provides a lot more substance to these bullets here as to an explanation why. So you'll have a couple of choices. One would be to accept the groups that we're putting forward in these action items. One would be to accept with some types of considerations related to reporting or updating or whatever. And the third would be to start all over.
So let me just restate that. So you're suggesting that you're introducing us your recommended choices for the team to go forward.
That's correct.
And based on this and other information, which I'm not sure what that would be, you're wanting us to accept your recommended team.
That's what's being proposed as an action item, yes, as we would any other item. And this is the recommendation of the college staff.
And so next week, we would have an action item that would relate to
Yes.
giving you approval to go forward with this team.
Yes, for both 5H and I that you have in front of you, yes.
Okay. Is everybody else clear on that? Was I the only one that was missing? It's okay.
No,
It's okay if I'm the only one.
No, I think that, from where I'm sitting, Mr. President, we primarily have the teams. We know who's going to do what. I think that as I sit here, I'm asking or trying to figure out exactly what that looks like. I mean, I know that we have these individuals that oversee that, folks who maybe supervise the construction and that kind of thing. But I guess I don't know. We started in the weeds, just a little bit too deep. That kind of threw us, or me. I'll say me. As opposed to that, rather than just an overall introduction of who's who and who's doing what, I think would have sufficed. That's where I sit.
I agree that we have, it's good information to know this, but we're kind of getting into the weeds of, are we going to decide on what kind of POE are we going to have, or who's going to make that decision? Are we going to have an input on that decision?
We're the board, yes. We certainly.
So I'm going to decide whether or not we have insulated concrete forms in all of our buildings.
No,
or do we rely upon our people that we're going to
we would
advise
like
us?
Well, I think we have. Go ahead, Teresa.
No, I was just going to say that from my perspective, I think that we have an opportunity to provide our feedback on what we envision. I don't think we necessarily need to make the decision on whether or not they're using these concrete forms or whatever renewable energy, but I think it gives us an opportunity to provide our vision of what we'd like to see in our buildings going forward, I think.
Right. Yeah,
I would echo what Teresa is saying. We're getting ready to spend the better part of $1 billion here. And I think I, for one, want to make sure that we're spending it. I don't want to get in the weeds. We don't need to be designing buildings or anything. But I think what we're looking for is some assurance that our team understands the types of buildings we want, and the duration of the years of service of these buildings and things like that. And that's where I'm coming from on it. You'll recall this item, these were on our last month's agenda, and we delayed them to this month's agenda. So that was in order to have this discussion, I think.
And I don't mind saying, I just want to be clear on what I'm expecting to make a proper decision on. That's why I ask.
Well, let me jump in there too. So then we have not, as a board, we haven't decided, Ken, on that. We haven't decided on what kind of buildings we want. We haven't decided on what they should look like, anything like that. And I think that should be a part of what we do. You know, I lifted up Jeff earlier, and that was part of his job. Excuse my voice, it's cold in here. That was a part of his job, was to bring that to us. We looked at it as a board, and we gave it a thumbs up, thumbs down, based upon what Huckabee would present, and we'd make our decisions like that. Their job was then to manage and report on what we, together as a collective group, decided on. Yeah, so it just, to me, it seemed like we're coming in backwards. That's how to use that
So,
term.
Chancellor, may I ask you again? I just want to be clear, and obviously I'm not, but you're presenting a team, and basically at this point, we are saying that based upon that we're going to go forward with this team as a simple choice.
Yeah, there has to be a contract for design as well as construction before we design and construct anything.
Right. So
we will have, again, quarterly updates related to the bond program, and that quarterly update can include whatever the board wishes to hear about. And if the board wishes to engage in certain decision making, then that needs to be clear and understood as well, so that the process accounts for that in a timely way.
And so basically what we've been presented today is the team. And once we decide that we're going to be comfortable and move forward with the team, then we'll get into other aspects of working with the team. Is that right?
The quarterly updates will allow for that, yes. And it will be to the board's liking or request as to what would be included in those updates and or what role the board wishes to play in the bond program itself.
I want to push back a little bit. I don't necessarily have a problem choosing the team, because I trust that our chancellor's team has vetted the folks. So I'm fine there. But in regard to quarterly reports, to me, that's after the fact. I think I'd want to be up front. I'd want to get some kind of an idea as to the direction that we're going in regarding design. Yeah, but before we spend the dollars on them drawing them up, you know, I think we should be a part of the initial stages of, you know, this or that or whatever. We want to look like campus in I don't know, North Dakota, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that's, again, I don't have a problem picking a team. I think y'all have done your due diligence there. But I think as it concerns myself, and I'll speak for me like Ken said, I'd want to be a part of the original work in making the sausage, that particular point.
So my remarks related to the quarterly update was not predicated on something already being done. Then that's the question that I have, and we'll need certain clarity on related to what engagement does the board wish to have when those quarterly reports or otherwise. So maybe quarterly reports is not the right phrase, but in essence, quarterly meetings or quarterly sessions where if the board wishes to engage in input related to design or construction, they do so. And then folks have their marching orders and they go from there. But we would need to know that.
Could I ask the question from a different point of view? Why do you think you're here before the board today?
I'm here to do a couple of things. Number one, that you understand what our role is going to be, Jacobs, right? We're here to watch out for the best interest, to your point, of the college, to ensure that the vision that this board and the college has for these programs trickles down to the architects and contractors and make sure that goes from paper to actual building stuff, right? To buildings, to things you can see. That's part of our role. To be able to come back and provide the information that's necessary for the administration, in some cases for the board, to make a decision on which direction we need to go, right? We're talking technicalities about systems, but there's many hundreds of other systems that we're going to vet through and everything else, but decisions have to be made. So it's going to be my job to come back and advise the administration, the chancellor and Susan on what is it, the information's out there, the good, the bad, the ugly, and then from there a decision needs to be made to ensure that the folks designing the building and are going to build the building have the direction and the clear vision of what it needs to be done to be executed. So I would say in a nutshell, that's what I'm here for.
And I think that's my question is, do we have the vision to move forward? Do we have the vision to create something special here at Tarrant County College? Are we going to build something with these new buildings, almost $1 billion in assets, that are going to be something that we could be proud of, that are going to be energy efficient, they're going to be constructed so they're going to last for a long, long time? And is it going to be something that is going to be a benefit to our students? Are we going to be leading in using some of these new technologies, or are we going to be continuing to do things the way we've done them 100 years? And I guess that's what we're asking these questions for. Is Jacob's going to help us with that? I mean, you've been selected as the team leader, but we want to know if you have that vision.
Yes, sir. We do. And in the meetings that I've been involved in when we came on board, I will tell you that the concepts that the administration has passed on for the architects and contractors are buildings that what we would call 21st century type buildings, right? We're moving away from the classical, there's 200 classrooms, everybody can go to a classroom now, into more collaborative spaces. The lighting that we're looking at is LED lighting, which is what the most efficient in the market right now. And so I would tell you that the vision that has been implemented, particularly in the Northwest Campus, is one of those where you have a building that will allow students to come in and be able to feel part of the building, feel that this is their school. So I would answer your question by yes, that is what we're here. And it's our job as Jacobs to ensure that that vision doesn't get diluted, doesn't get changed, but it goes all the way down to the architects and the contractors and gets executed.
I guess it's of concern to me, and I think Mr. Barr said the same thing, is that it's upsetting when you come in and talk about why we can't do all these things, instead of saying, well, we're looking at these things and there's pros and cons, and what would you like to do? Here's some buildings that were constructed using this technology, whatever that happened to be.
Yes, sir.
And we look at other colleges, university, and I think Ms. Ayala pointed out one, Austin Community College is one that is very highly technology oriented. That they're using nothing but renewable energy and those kinds of things. I'm not saying that we need to do that, but I mean that's the kind of vision that we're looking for.
Yes, sir. No, and to your point, absolutely. Every system that we're going to look at, right? And the question is, is it worth for us implementing? I think a lot of the systems, the answer is yes. The question is, how big or how much do we implement that technology? So to answer your question, absolutely, there's always opportunity for us to implement new ideas, new technologies. We just got to figure out whether it's this much or this much.
Right. And again, let me just take a step back a minute. I'm one person. I'm just one voice. That's my opinion. So I don't speak for the board. That's why we're here as a board.
So, and that's our job as Jacobs, right? To be able to sit down with the staff, administration, the chancellor, and be able to come back and vet through ideas with the architects and contractors to figure out, okay, what does this look like, right? And how can we implement, and what are the ramifications of that implication or putting that system into the building? And that's the discussion and decision that has to be made. And obviously, right, the decision levels, there's small decisions, there's big decisions, there's decisions made by the board, the decisions made by the chancellor, Susan, so on and so forth. So those decisions, we're developing a matrix of where those points are to see who makes those decisions. But our job is to make sure that we've got all the information. So when we make a decision, and I say we, right, everybody here, that we understand that we made the best decision possible with all the information that was available to us.
Yeah, and I have a concern that, we're teaching this new technology to our students. And what does it say if we're not using that new technology in our buildings, or at least looking at it in a rational way to see whether this is the way we should go or not? I mean,
yes, sir. And
President, a couple of things that are interesting that I think if I can offer to help.
Speak up a little bit, Jack.
Sure. If I can offer to help a little bit on this. I think, because I'm in this position in front of many boards and many of your peer institutions, and one of the difficult lines is how far down the scope do you want to go to worry about things. And I think if we were to bring all the different topics, it's a lot. And how does the team perform until those decisions are made? That's a big implication of it. If you all had a discussion about the kinds of criteria that you want the buildings to have and to be, so the reason LEED is used so commonly, that is a very standard platform by which institutions and others compare not only what they've done, but set a standard that everybody knows. So if you were to say all of our buildings are a minimum LEED gold, and we'd like to consider LEED silver, and we'd like to consider the impact of gold and platinum, that is a question and an answer and criteria that this team can get on and get you very good answers to. If you were to say to us over the next 10 years, you want all of the buildings to reduce by their energy uses by another 10 or 15%, that is another thing that is very implementable and understandable by all of us to go do. I think if we were to bring all of the decisions forward that you could possibly be involved with, you would get nothing else ever done. So if it would be really a terrific conversation, I think maybe we could have it about sustainability and other things, Chancellor. Maybe that would be a good thing for the board to contemplate. And I think also feel be able to put in place very durable decisions that are not project by project based, but are much more kind of system and district wide. That would be a minor bit of advice I can offer.
Excuse me, Mr. President. My questions were not directed to further my reach. It was actually to narrow what was being presented to me and what I needed to make a decision on. So I'm understanding that this is a 5, 7, 8 to 10 year process of spending this $825 million. I simply wanted to bring focus to why are we here today? What am I expected to learn? And what am I expected to do with what I learn? Certainly, each of us have the capability to research all of this stuff. Whether we would understand it or not would be another matter. I'm not interested in researching all of this stuff. We have Chancellor. We have confidence in the Chancellor. He has a team. He has confidence in his team. And so I simply wanted to bring clarity to me so that when he leaves here today, he believes that his board understands what he needs us to understand so that we can go to the next step, or that me as a board member understands. Because if I don't understand, then I'm going to continually revisit the question, and that's not productive. So I just, again, wanted to be clear. What are you telling me, and what do you want me to learn from it? What do you want me to do with what I learned? Does that make sense? Am I communicating? Chancellor, does that make sense to you, what I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, the objective today was to introduce the parties, was to go over their roles, responsibilities, experiences, capacity, address some of the issues or how those issues would be vetted. Okay. And so moving forward, the decision, the action items are to approve these contracts as or with some clarification, role, responsibility, or input, or not to renew them, or not to accept them at all, or vote them down. And Jack's reference is one of a point that could be that we want to the board. It's the board's decision, but the board can give that direction that want the desire related to sustainability or just building that we do achieve a LEED Silver. At least LEED Silver in every building. That's some direction. If that's all the input that is desired, then fine. If there's other input that's desired or other decisions the board wants to be involved in, I need to know that moving forward. That's all.
Okay, so I can answer that for me. I'm looking for your recommendation, but yes, I will want to have other input as we go forward. And it's my thinking that we should be buying the best, the most forward-thinking, effective technology that our dollars can buy for the long term. Whoever's sitting here 50 years from now, I want them to look back and be proud of what we did and the resources that we left for them to govern. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to figure out where we ought to go from here. I think I believe we ought to move forward with the recommendations that are in front of us. But I think this opportunity to have a discussion with the people we're engaging to do this work is very beneficial. I think it gives them an opportunity to know the board's concerns. And I think Mr. Black's suggestion about looking at it from I don't know if it's 30,000, 50,000 foot level. What do we really want? What are the broad characteristics we want is where this board ought to be. And I think the discussion about power over Ethernet and insulated concrete forms and variable refrigerant flow, those things are the types of things we want to be sure are being investigated and explored in a positive, does that make sense for Tarrant County College frame of reference. So with that, I don't know that we need to hear that much about the ICF or anything today, as much as we need to have set the framework for what our expectations are to the people we're turning to. That's my perspective on it.
Yeah, but I'd also add to that they take a look at it in a neutral viewpoint. That the presentation that we got on POE was very negative. Like, this is why we're not going to do it. And you may be 100% correct. And I'm not saying that that's something we ought to do, but look at it in a neutral view and look at what's out there. Look at the technology that's being used today. You can walk to a building here, walking distance, and see what's being done, and see if that's something that we ought to incorporate. But look at it from that viewpoint, and not, well, we've done this the same way for 100 years, and we're comfortable with it. We don't want to get out of our box. We don't want to get out of our comfort zone. Look at these new technologies. As Dr. Morrison said, we want our students to look back on these buildings in 50 years and say, boy, they had a vision. You know, they built something that's meaningful, that's special, that stands out as a representative of the leadership of Tarrant County College, and I think that's what, at least that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you for the presentation, Chancellor.
Jack, anything else?
Yeah.
Thank you, all of you, for being here.
Yeah.
Susan, will you introduce our next item on the mineral rights, or mineral investment policy, please?
Yes, and actually we're going to be sharing, I think, the screen from our partners at PFM. Are y'all working on that? But I'll kick it off. You may recall that last May we had some discussion around our mineral investment policy. And at that time, there were some questions about the differences between what our distribution expectations were versus the foundation and what that meant in terms of the recommendation we'd receive from our financial advisor. So if we'll go to the next slide, please. And so we're going to spend a few minutes talking about that, and I'll kick that off. And then we're going to turn it back over to PFM to review.
I have a request that we take a quick 5-minute break.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
holidays?
Yes, so I'll start with saying that they're working on the temperature in here. I think the cold weather outside has permeated the building. So anyway, they're working on that. So again, we wanted to answer a few questions that emerged from May, and one of which was questioning the differences in the investment strategy and the distribution targets between the foundation and the college assets. And so we'll offer a little bit of explanation around that. In addition, you may recall that we recommended 60% fixed income and 40% equities, which is fairly conservative and not unusual for funds like ours. And there were some questions around that PFM staff will cover with us as well. And then finally, our hope is to receive some feedback on the policy. We included it as originally proposed in your board packet, but if we receive any guidance to the contrary, then we would make those amendments before next week. So we look forward to that. So next slide, please. So I had to do a little bit of research and homework to understand the sources of scholarship funds and the distribution strategies between the foundation and the college. And so just to give you an overview, the foundation actually has multiple types of scholarship funds for which they're responsible for. And they're in a variety of accounts that have different expectations. Some of them are pass-through that are intended to be awarded immediately. Some are longer term where they're part of an endowed strategy where they hold them longer and invest them. And they have a planned distribution in 2020, 2021 of about $433,000. And that is 4.5% of their assets is what their target is. Separately, the TCC minerals that we transfer to them for management, we had proposed or recommended to you that we had considered a 3% distribution target. And part of where that emerged from was taking a look at the types of scholarships that we contractually are allowing the foundation to distribute back to us. And that's about $353,000 is the maximum award there, which equates to about 3% of what our total corpus had been in the minerals at the time that we made that recommendation. So part of it was sort of backing into what we thought that maximum award might be. And then part of it was also being realistic about the investment returns that would be required to support a distribution strategy. I will tell you that we have not distributed the entire $353,000 every year based on the categories and the eligibility of students and so on. And so we'll be looking at that. And that's a different policy question that we'll consider with you at a later time. But I wanted you to have an understanding of sort of the differences in terms of the assets in each of those categories and then the strategies that have been adopted. Next slide, please. So the other thing I'll mention, the foundation's resources have grown obviously by contributions and fundraising that they've done over the years. In addition, they rely on investment returns in order to be able to support that distribution strategy. And you can see since 2015 what their earnings have been, and it also notes that their average returns going back to inception of the fund as they know it is about 6.22%. I will point out that during that time period, they were constrained by our PFIA policies at the time, so their investment strategy has evolved and changed over time, but also that was a very long bull market that they were privy to as well. And so that's part of what you'll hear from in a moment from Mallory and Floyd as they talk through the risk assessment. And then the final slide that I'll cover is the next one. And certainly our consultants can help with this, but this gives you a sense of the distribution targets for a lot of the privately raised funds by endowments for colleges across the country and what those tend to look like. So our foundation is a little bit higher than that at 4.5%, but this gives you a sense that foundations often are in that ballpark. But with that, I'll be turning it over to Mallory Sampson and Floyd Simpson, who you heard from last time, who will walk you through some additional data to respond to the questions from May.
Mallory, I think you're on mute.
Okay, can everyone hear and see me okay?
Yes, it's definitely can hear you, Mallory.
Okay. But no,
You're coming up on 2, but yeah, that works.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've had technology problems today, but that's just how it's going to go. So first off, everyone, good to see you all again. Thank you all so much for being flexible about us attending virtually. We very much appreciate that. I know it is less than ideal, but thank you. We will start off by just quickly clarifying that PFM has been hired in an advisory capacity exclusively. We are not managing these assets. Of course, in the future, we would love to manage them given the opportunity, but there are no plans for that in the future. We are truly a third-party, unbiased advisor at this point. Where we last left this conversation was the question of how much can we distribute from these assets without eating into the corpus. Our last assumption, using a 2.5% inflation, 1% expenses, and then a distribution for scholarships of 3%, was coming to us and giving us a required rate of return for the portfolio at 6.5%. Now, the foundation, as you guys saw on Susan's last slide, has returned about 6.22 historically. So not hitting that 6.5, but very close. And then we've recently heard that you guys want to distribute more, which is great, and that you guys are interested in distributing 4.5%. And so we are here to discuss how we get to that 4.5% spend rate. The balance and the very important thing to keep in mind is what expectations are for future returns, for one, and making sure we're balancing current scholarship needs for future scholarship needs. We can absolutely distribute, you guys can absolutely distribute that 4.5%, but you do run a risk of beginning to eat into the corpus of the portfolio, and it becomes a spending down policy. And that may not be a strategy that you want to take. However, what we'd like to do is kind of talk through some of the expectations in the future, different ways to put together portfolios, so we can see the best way that we can get to that highest spend rate possible while still controlling risk and not eating into the corpus of the assets. So I'll say this, and this is how it was last time, as we're talking, please jump in. I cannot see any of you, so if you raise your hand, it will be a moot point, so please just shout out. If you look below, these numbers, this says portfolio expected return. This is for the next 5 years and the next 30 years. So right now, the portfolio of those mineral rights assets, it is closest to a 60-40, 70-30. So it is, I would say, a more moderately risky portfolio. And if we look at the intermediate term returns, we're expecting a 5.3% return. And then in the next 30 years, we're only expecting a 7.2% return. So that is going to eat into the corpus if we implement a 4.5% distribution rate. If we go 100% risky assets, total equity, that will also just get us to about 7.7% over the long run. And I think we should dig into that a little bit more to see where these numbers came from. And I think that will help make things a little bit more clear. So this slide, I hope everyone can see it. It is not intuitive to look at, and I apologize. But this slide is essentially the secret sauce of how you put together a portfolio. If you take a look at the bottom of the horizontal line, that's risk, and we're comparing it to return. And in this case, risk is being measured as standard deviation, and that is volatility. So Tesla stock is up 30% today, or Tesla stock is down 30% tomorrow based off what Elon Musk is tweeting. That is one of the widest ways to accept and define risk. There are other ways, of course, which we will talk about. But essentially, when you're putting together a portfolio, you want it to end up on this line because this is giving you the highest return for the lowest risk at that point in this table. And you can see dots that show your current portfolio and then different models. And as you move to the right, you move more risky. To the right, you're going to see domestic equity. That is, and you'll see if you look down, that's a 16% standard deviation. That's a much more risky asset class than, say, core fixed income all the way to the left on the bottom. However, when you're looking at the comparison of the domestic equity versus the core fixed income, you kind of need both. You need that return potential, but you want to have some of the safety there as well. But you guys, of course, all know that. So what we do when we're putting together these portfolios is we create and we aggregate buckets of these in different percentages to find an area on this line that's going to give you that efficient risk return model. Floyd, anything you want to add to this before I go to the next one?
No, I mean, the biggest thing is to notice that, a lot of the equities are all the way to the right. Your fixed income, so your bonds are all the way to the left. And you have outliers such as commodities, which are not even close to that red line. So in some respects, you want to be close or near that red line where your portfolios are. So when you're not close to the red line, that shows that it's more inefficient.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to move on. Thanks, Floyd. So this is y'all's current portfolio. If you take a look to the right, you'll see.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Going back to that previous slide, where do you have real estate in there?
So REITs, that's the real estate. So it's right in the middle of a standard deviation 12 and a risk of around 7. Do you see where it says REITs?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't read it. Thank you.
Okay, great. I personally like this slide. It is not easy to read, but it helps give you an idea of what is risky, what's going to return better, and it kind of helps to level set how you're putting together the portfolio. So this is y'all's current portfolio. And if you were to just look at equity, how much you guys have in stocks, you would think it is 55% stock, and that's how much risk it is. But if we remember on the last slide, the REITs, the commodities, U.S. equity, international equity, and emerging market equities, those were farther right. Those were considered risk assets. And quite frankly, high yield corporate, while those are fixed income products, they move more like a stock. So yes, they absolutely are bonds, but they are junk bonds. And so there are additional risks for that, and there's share price volatility. So it's important to understand where some of that risk comes in. And y'all's portfolio currently has that standard deviation, that risk number of about 10% over the next 30 years. So that helps kind of keep in perspective. So this is also not a really intuitive slide and is very numbers-based, so thanks for your patience. This is taking all that, the efficient frontier slide, and putting it all together with dots along that red line. And it's showing you the breakdown of the risk assets and the growth assets. And then what it's doing at the bottom is it's comparing our expectations for returns going into the next 5 years and the next 30 years. So I think it's important to just quickly talk about how we get these numbers, because it's impossible to look into the future. There are a few ways that individuals or companies make future predictions. One is to give a flat average. The stock market has returned 7% or 10% over the last 100 years, and so we'll just assume that's going to continue. That's one way. Another is to look back and see what has happened historically and just to cycle that through. But that's only about 85 years of data. We use, and the larger firms use, what's called a Monte Carlo simulation, which you guys may or may not be familiar with. What it asks is what could happen. So it runs through 10,000 different simulations, and it's taking the statistically significant numbers. So this is not perfect, but this is opening up what could happen in the best case scenario and the worst case scenario, scenarios we haven't even seen before. So that gives you an idea. You guys, I heard some talk about maybe looking at a 50-50 allocation, which is totally fine. Our recommendation initially was at 60-40, and remember, you guys were kind of closer to a 70-30. So if you look into that middle area and kind of scroll your eyes down, let's start with the 50-50, and the intermediate term assumption, the 5 years for expected return is 4.4%. So that's saying that over the next 5 years, we think a 50-50 is only going to make 4.5%. If you guys have an 8% target, you're going to start eating into the portfolio. If we spread it out over the next 30 years, though, and the point of this portfolio is to live into perpetuity, expected return is 6.8%. So still not at that 8%, but it does cover your 6.5 hurdle if you guys distribute 3%. So if we keep looking all the way to the right, we'll see how the expected returns start to creep up with the more risk you take. Unfortunately, based on where the markets are, and yes, the markets have been spectacular over the last 10 years, we don't think that that's going to continue over the next 30. Now, when you're putting together the portfolio, in your investment policy statement, you guys are going to have a target listed, and the target's going to be 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, whatever it is that you guys decide. And then what you should do, and what we put into the policies, have ranges, say plus or minus 20%. So if your advisor makes a change based off market conditions, like what was happening in February, and they say you guys take some losses, and you don't want to reallocate right now, or you do want to reallocate, if you give them that range, it allows them to take that into consideration. So this is not you have to be 70-30, you have to be 70-30 now, and it doesn't mean that you have to move exactly into 70-30 right away. A lot of portfolios, when they are transitioning asset allocations, either going more conservative or going more aggressive, they will do dollar cost averaging. So they'll gradually move into a more aggressive stance, into a more conservative stance based on what the market is doing. So there's a lot of flexibility here. Boyd, any thoughts here? Anything you want to add?
I mean, the biggest thing to add on here is just to notice again, in order to take more risk, you have to take more equity, you have to take a higher equity allocation, which is where you see it going to the right. As you take more equity risk, you have more volatility within your portfolio. Yes, this is supposed to last to perpetuity, but, think about it in this regards. What happens when you have to take out a withdrawal in a time period like March, where you're taking out money at the lows and you can't afford to invest it? So you're not, so the one thing to always think about is that as you're taking the risk within the portfolio, think about your cash flows too. So cash flows are not incorporated within any of the either immediate nor long-term assumptions. But the cash flows and the timing of the cash flows do matter, because if you end up taking it out during a down period, you end up taking a loss on both sides, both on that loss of principal, but also on the loss of possible investment going forward.
A question. Question. Did I hear you correctly saying that if we continued in a 70-30, and it's not 70-30, I think it's more 50-40 with 10% in real estate and commodities. But if we continued with a 70-30 or a 60-40, that we would dip into the corpus?
Yes.
Yes.
To date, have we ever dipped into the corpus?
Well, as of now, the portfolio return has been about 6.22%. And if the distribution rate has been somewhere between 3 and 4.5%, then the answer to that is yes.
I've never heard a presentation that said we dipped into the corpus of our fund. I may be wrong.
Yeah. So what's important to keep in mind are things like inflation and the expenses. So when we're putting together the expected return number, you got to keep in mind purchasing power, expenses, and then the distributions. And so you need to have that hurdle rate And if, as of right now, if the goal is to be distributing 3%, that hurdle rate 6.5 to maintain purchasing power and over the long run not dip into the corpus. But you guys have only returned 6.22. That is dipping into it. You're losing the purchasing power.
So a couple of things I want to point out on TCC's mineral investments. Again, we have not been hitting that 3% distribution historically. That's sort of the cap on what our current rules would allow us to distribute from scholarships. And so in terms of dipping into the corpus, I don't think that piece has been happening in actuality. And the fund continues to grow because we get the mineral receipts, right? That we've got new mineral proceeds that are being dumped into the fund. Separately, that 6.2% that Mallory was referencing relates to the fund's endowments and their ability to distribute the full 4.5%. So I just want to be clear about we haven't been dipping into the corpus on the mineral assets as of yet. But if we were to change the policy to have a 4.5% distribution target and the returns like they've described, we would be at risk of that. And the other thing I want to highlight as well, and we made this point in May, that the increasing risk does not get you that great of reward when you look at the different changes in that portfolio. And so that's part of the challenge, is how much stomach does the board have for big losses that can occur? And is it worth that little gain potentially over the 30-year horizon in terms of what receipts might be? So just keep that in mind as you're looking at that big table that she has up there.
Okay, Susan, you talked about a 3% spend rate?
Yes, sir.
In our investment committee, we voted for a 5%, and I think we've had 5%.
So,
I don't understand.
So make the distinction. What we recommended with TCC's mineral proceeds was a 3% distribution. And to date, we've actually been distributing less than that. The foundation, with its endowment, has adopted a 4.5% distribution rate, and they have been distributing at that level. So those are two different pots of money, and they're also, it's reasonable and appropriate potentially to have different distribution strategies between the two.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Susan, you said that so much better than I did. Thank you. So one of the things that she's talked about, just two quick things, is talking about that change when you're taking additional risk for the additional return is that change in risk. So one example I'll show you, if you look between the 50-50 and the 60-40, so the long-term expected return is, actually let's look at 40-60-55. So if you have a 40-60 portfolio, the long-term expected return is 6.6%. If you go up a level in aggressiveness to a 50-50, you move up to 6.8% return. So you're getting 0.2% extra return. However, the difference in risk that you're taking goes from 8.3 to 9.4, so over 1%. So generally, it's important to be cognizant of that trade-off. So that's one. And then I wanted to touch on the portfolio just really quickly. So here is y'all's current portfolio for the mineral rights assets. And yes, U.S. equity is 30%, international equity in developed and emerging, that's at 55. However, generally commodities and REITs are lumped to growth assets. So while if you just look at the stocks, it may be 55%. If you break it down from risk assets to growth assets, it's much more aggressive than that. So taking commodities as the example, 6.6, moving back up to the efficient frontier side, take a look where it is in line with domestic equity on the risk scale. It's still at that 16%, right there with domestic equity. So that's a risk asset. And that's why I'm saying that the portfolio is more aggressive than when you just look at it from your first glance. Floyd, why don't you go on ahead on this?
Thank you. So how did endowments actually achieve this 8% rate of return, which is essentially what you're targeting? So if you think about it from the time period of 1999 until 2009, the average return on the S&P 5 was about negative 2.70% rate of return. Over the next 10 years, the average return on the S&P 5 was 11.30. think about what we're going through today. The 10-year rates have been declining. They started out the decade at 4%, declining to 2%, and actually now to where we're at / even below 1%. Within here, United States unemployment steadily dropped, and it dropped during the last decade from 9.9 to 3.5. If you're thinking about it today, it's at 8.4, and this is before all the rest of the layoffs that are coming are actually being factored in. During the last decade, you also had low volatility within the market. You only had spikes in 2010 and 2011. Other than that, there hasn't been really any significant move within the market. You had very minimal political skirmishes between any of the developed countries. And on top of that, globalization was the trend. If you think about what we're going through now, we have more debt on our balance sheets. We have more companies filing for bankruptcy. We have more people essentially playing in the market and market becoming a lot more, as you were saying, a lot more risky. And you have more of a populist regimes across the globe and where companies and countries are now starting to have to focus and say, okay, hey, you know what? This is more risk. I'm either going to bring something off onshore, and for companies, they're definitely going to bring things onshore that they have to, but they're also going to bring it onshore with more automation. Examples just to think about what's going on currently. Think about Hertz. Hertz was a company that went bankrupt this year. Despite it going bankrupt, in your usual market, a bankrupt company goes bankrupt, it doesn't trade, that's it. Hertz on the other side went bankrupt, stock went down to the pennies. Then all of a sudden, it starts to get bid up, mainly due to a lot of speculative and retail investors, and it caused Hertz to actually debate issuing shares of stocks to keep them afloat. So that just lets you know how different the market is from now versus then. On top of that, if you think about it just today, especially if I know you guys are in Texas, so Lubbies and Fuddruckers just closed. You're now seeing more businesses close, a lot of changes within a lot of this industry, and that's going to do what? Impact the growth of the economy and impact returns. Next slide, please.
Yes. How have you incorporated the upcoming election into your forecast?
Well, I think within our forecast, the upcoming election, you can't play with the volatility. So within our own personal portfolios, and then really more PFM portfolios, we have not done any significant shifts around the election. We do have two pieces talking about elections, talking about what happens. The biggest thing would be to actually think about the trends that are going on. Those are the trends that truly matter with the elections. So what's currently happened in the economic environment will end up dictating what's going to happen going forward. Those trends do matter. If you're thinking about it from a Republican Democrat perspective, outside of tax change, if you notice, the platforms, especially with a message of bringing a lot of the jobs home, are very similar. Now there are some differences in regards to diplomacy dealing with other countries, but as a whole, what you'll notice is that the trend will be the trend. And one thing within the trend to note is that the fact that we're going to have less and less dealings with China. If you were thinking about it and how it impacts us, to say that I want to have everything made in China be made in the United States by the end of the year, China makes over 90% of our aspirin. That's not going to happen. So, when it comes down to just the political aspect, we're looking more at the trend. And when you're looking at a lot of the empirical research will show it's really more the trends that matter than just the political volatility within that small window.
I was really referring to their economic policies, and like you say, what you say in a political race doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. But there is a different economic philosophies for sure.
Well, the biggest difference would be really, and I know that you guys have been in this meeting for a while, so I'm not going to expound upon this, but the biggest differences would be on the business tax. And just to give you a little bit of history, business tax for the past 4 to 5 years, operating profits have actually been flat. And so when you actually had the tax decrease in 2017, what did it do? It provided a boost to earnings per share, which played out in the markets during essentially you saw that during 2019 when it fully started taking steam within equities. So, from that perspective, yes, there will be higher business taxes, but even the business taxes, that bump isn't going to be as much because as a whole, over the past 30 to 40 years, so essentially 4 decades, business taxes as a whole for the government have been coming down. You notice that within the businesses, within their balance sheets and everything else. Going to this returns projection, just to make sure we stay on task. What you'll notice is that we took the 8% return and we're looking at the universe and the possibilities of return in order to meet that quote unquote 8% hurdle. What you'll notice is that, in order to do this, during the 10-year time frame, you essentially have to be in that second quartile. Within a 20-year time frame, you have to be at the top of that second quartile. And within a 30-year time frame, depending on the portfolio, you have to be in that top quartile. So that means that your decisions have to be better than everyone else in order to meet this quote unquote hurdle. And on top of that, all the chips have to fall your way. And if you're thinking about it from just a numbers perspective, beating the average and it goes in waves. Sometimes you beat the average, sometimes you're below the average. But this is basically saying that in order to have this 8%, you definitely need to be above. And you're looking at it from not just a 40-60 type of portfolio, but even a 70-30, so 70% equities, 30% bonds over a 10, 20, and 30-year time period. Mallory, would you like to chime in? Mallory, you're on mute.
Mute is going to be the end of me. To me, a big takeaway here is we are having this conversation with all of our clients right now. Everyone in this industry is having to reassess expectations and return expectations over the next however many years and having to adjust. And it's a hard conversation to have because in our case and in your case, that means us telling you that it's not a good idea to distribute more scholarships. And that's not what we want to tell you. We want to tell you to distribute more and give everyone scholarships all the time. But it's the main goal of these assets, as far as we know, is for the assets to live into perpetuity and to benefit future scholarships as well. And we are in uncharted waters in terms of our investment market. And the last 30 years will not look like the next 30. And it's quite frustrating, to be honest. And that's all I have to add there.
Thank you. You know what, Mallory, let's go to the next slide because the next slide should be the 8%. So when looking at the 8% hurdle, a couple things to note. And what we did was we did this based off your market value. You'll notice that on the 50%, and this goes back to the question of eating into the corpus, 50%, 8% hurdle, you're definitely eating into the corpus. Over the intermediate, so the first 10 years, you're eating into the corpus. If you're able to have returns in the 95th percentile, essentially, that top 10, that beyond that top 10%, you're able to actually grow your corpus, without going into it. So that just lets you know of how big the difference is. Now, the one thing that's, of course, not taken into play within here is if, let's say you get a big donation, you do some type of capital raise, like none of that is being played into this. This is just going based off of cash outflows and returns. Next slide, please. Last but not least, a 50-50 model portfolio, what would it look like? So you'll notice within here, we have 50% equity, 50% debt. Within your current portfolio, you do have REITs as a standalone. If you are looking at the indexes, your indexes actually have REITs built within them, so they'll be built in within both U.S. equities and international developed equities. Also within here, what you'll notice is that there's no commodities. Reason being is that when you're looking at the commodities returns over the past 10 plus years, commodities that actually had a very low to negative return. It hasn't, even this year, in comparison to what you've seen in S&P 5, commodities have, I want to say year to date, commodities are still not even at double-digit returns as a whole. Where's the risk being taken? Well, on the debt side, you have a slug of core fixed income, but your risk comes in your investment grade, emerging markets, and high yield. That's where your yield is coming from. The one thing to note within our capital market projections is that, we did not factor in what happens when you have high yield issues that are now below 3%. So right now we're utilizing numbers that we came up with at the beginning of the year, but as things change, I know that we do this on a yearly basis. Come December, one of the things that I'll be working with the investment committee is on fine tuning what are the the returns that we think certain asset classes will have, especially on the fixed income side, knowing that the Fed is going to have issues with being able just to raise rates for the next 2 to 3 years. With that, any questions?
So I think that's where we'll round us out to talk about what question is before the board. So you may recall that our proposal was to assume a 3% distribution rate and a 6.5% hurdle rate, meaning that's what we needed to earn to be able to support that in inflation. We were asked to go back and look at 50-50 and 60-40 and so on. And so we've done that. And our recommendation, because it's public money, still fits that. I will tell you that obviously the foundation has their own board to make decisions around what they do, but there is a difference between private money and public money and risk tolerance. And that weighs in on some of the recommendations that we've offered for you. So we would welcome any feedback if there's any changes that we would make to the proposed policy that was in your packet today for consideration next week.
Are you proposing 50-50?
So again, we don't think that shifting to the 50-50 gives enough reward for the added risk. That we think that we're still at the 60% fixed and 40% equity. That's staff's recommendation, but ultimately it's a board policy decision.
How often would we review this? Annually?
So personally, I think annually is probably a little more often or too often because you don't get enough history and we are trying to take a longer term view. But I think it would be appropriate for the Audit and Finance Committee perhaps to look at it every few years. And certainly this board receives regular reports about the returns. And so, any one of those instances could trigger us taking another look.
Yeah, Bill, you may correct me, but I believe we're supposed to do this on an annual basis.
We do reapprove the investment policy every year, so you are correct. Technically you do approve it every year. I would not recommend that we do wild changes every year, that we would have a longer term view in terms of the criteria we set for the policy.
So I'm going to chime in here. Generally, there's a couple of things that you want to review: the investment policy statement, the goals of the mineral rights each year, the goals. But generally, the goals are not going to change. And unless there is a change to the larger term goals, then usually there's not a change to the asset allocation. People will reassess the asset allocation maybe every 3 to 5 years, again, though, based off of the goals, and they usually give it a 3 to 5 year rolling average. So it gives a kind of a business cycle so the portfolio can return. And hopefully that clarifies things.
Yeah, and Mallory alluded to it earlier as well, that the policy is designed to have ranges as well within the portfolio that gives the foundation and its advisors some flexibility to, be responsive to what is happening and in their holdings and so on. And so that's sort of an ongoing dynamic, but it sets the parameters around which they're constrained. Okay, thank you. Since they can't see us, I should say this. I think we can let PFM staff go, and thank you for being here with us.
Thanks, guys. It was nice to see everybody.
Do you want any more discussion on this, or one? Okay. All right. The next presentation that we have was requested a few months ago to get an update on the Criminal Justice Training Center program, specifically as it relates to de-escalation training. And Zarina's here to provide that. Zarina?
Good afternoon, President Heed, members of the Board of Trustees, and Chancellor Giovannini. Tarrant County College has had a criminal justice program for over 40 years. We currently offer our community the opportunity to earn the following degree and certificate credentials: a 2-year Associates of Applied Science in Criminal Justice, a level 1 crime analyst certificate, and an occupational skills award in security management. In addition, we offer the basic peace officer certification through our Successful Academy, which is the cornerstone of our criminal justice program. To support the law enforcement training needs of our community, we deliver in-service training and firearm courses at our police firing range. And I hope that you have all had a chance to visit the firing range, which is fabulous. Each year, we continue to provide job-ready skills to cadets, and then also ongoing training to thousands of police officers. Tarrant County College, you will agree, has a positive reputation as a leader in preparing first responders, having served over 10,000 officers to date. The TCC Basic Peace Officer Academy has trained officers locally, nationally, and internationally. Since 2017, de-escalation and crisis intervention have been foundational components of this program in providing cadets and veteran officers valuable techniques for handling situations. Most recently, there have been numerous disturbing reports in the news that you and I have all heard about involving police officers from across the country and their chosen methods to handle situations through the use of excessive force. These incidents have prompted police academies nationally to assess, review, and improve their approaches to training future and veteran officers. This afternoon, the TCC team would like to share with you the work our Basic Peace Officer Academy is doing to provide de-escalation and crisis intervention training. With me this afternoon is Ms. Sonia Brown, who is the current Dean of Public Services, Social and Behavioral Sciences. Damon Ng, Coordinator of the Basic Peace Officer Academy. Dr. Ng recently transitioned from the Saginaw Police Department. He actually retired, although I still don't believe he is old enough to have retired. And Dr. Ng is a graduate of our academy. Also in the audience with us is Chief Cody Phillips of the Horton Police Department. Chief Phillips is the current chair of our Criminal Justice Advisory Committee. And I am proud to share with you that Chief Phillips is also a graduate of our TCC Academy. Dean Brown is going to begin first by providing information about the structure of the academy, because we felt it's important that you know how it is that we're organized to deliver instruction to the community. Dr. Ng will then follow to give an overview of the current strategies that are being taught, as well as reality-based training in place for both de-escalation and conflict intervention. Chief Sean Williams is also going to join us from the TCC Police Department, and he's going to be sharing information with you of some things that they have incorporated. At the conclusion of both presentations, you will have an opportunity to ask us questions and anything else that we might provide you with information about. So it is my pleasure now to welcome Dean Sonia Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Blankenbaker. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you some of the things that we're doing within the Criminal Justice Training Center. Question, will I be changing the slides or will you? Okay. All right. So the Basic Police Officer Academy began September 8th, 1980 on Northeast Campus. There was 8 weeks in session for the Police Academy at that time. And in 1988, the Criminal Justice Training Center was built and the program relocated to Northwest Campus, where it resides today. The center is staffed with 1 director, 4 coordinators, 1 instructional associate, and 1 administrative office assistant. The firing range, located in a separate building on Northwest Campus, works in parallel with the Basic Police Officer Academy and in-service classes, and is staffed with 2 range masters. Housed within the Police Academy, or the Criminal Justice Training Center, are the Basic Police Officer Academy, in-service training classes, and criminal justice courses for credit. The Basic Peace Officer Academy operates 6 classes per year. They run Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. for a total of 776 hours over 20 weeks. There's 129 in-service classes offered annually to assist law enforcement officers in obtaining their CE hours to keep them in compliance with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. This year, we will be celebrating, actually on next Thursday, September 17th, our bicentennial class for the Police Academy. Classes 200 will graduate. We're operating now with class 201 and 202 in session, and class number 203 will begin on October the 12th. So we continuously keeping them going, and they overlap to some degree. In partnership with the Basic Peace Officer Academy and the Criminal Justice Program for Credit, as cadets or any of the Police Academy, they have the option to gain credit while they're participating in the academy, or to request credit by experience once they complete the academy. But we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to know all of the things that we can offer them while they're going through their experience. In 2018, the Career and Technical Advisor, the Criminal Justice Coordinator for Credit, and the Criminal Justice Training Center coordinators launched an accelerated law enforcement program to give the current officers who are out there who did not have a degree an opportunity to promote themselves personally as well as professionally. We understand that not every department requires a degree. However, we do understand just concerning research that it is important, and we want to make that available to them. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement is a licensing agency that sets the standards for training of law enforcement officers within the state of Texas. Their mission is to establish and enforce standards to ensure the people of Texas are served by highly trained law enforcement, corrections, and telecommunications personnel. Tarrant County College is a contract provider with TCOL, which enables TCC to offer law enforcement training. To ensure that our requirements are met or exceeds TCOL standards, the program is audited every 2 years. Our last audit took place this past March. You have a copy of the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee in your packet. One of the other requirements of TCOL is that we have an advisory committee for oversight. That committee is made up of 15 members. 1/3 has to be from the general public. They cannot be law enforcement officers. Of our 15 members, we have members from our own police department here for TCC, our local police agencies, as well as retired members from the community that served in an area working with either with the railroad, FBI, and so forth. But we also have members from other agencies within our cities, such as our Department of Criminal Justice and our probation. These members will help us with our curriculum oversight, industry updates, and community concerns and needs to ensure that our program is viable, innovative, professional, and forward-thinking to embrace the challenges of our society. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Ng, who will speak directly to de-escalation and crisis intervention training that the Criminal Justice Training Center is providing for our basic peace officers as well as our in-service.
Thank you, Dean Brown. The TCC Basic Peace Officer Academy is composed of 2 programs, the Basic Peace Officer Academy and the In-Service Program, which provides continuing education training for current law enforcement officers in a variety of subjects and disciplines. In 2017, during the 85th Texas legislative session, several laws were passed, including the Sandra Bland Act, which mandated additional training for law enforcement, which includes de-escalation, crisis intervention training, CIT, and the Civilian Interaction Training Program, CITP. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement recently updated the curriculum requirements for the Basic Peace Officer Academy, which will now include these additional topics. The state's current minimum for the Basic Peace Officer Academy is a total of 696 hours of training. The TCC Basic Peace Officer Academy experience is a total of 776 hours, which is 80 hours above what is required by TCOL. The goal of the additional 80 hours is to provide an opportunity for our students to apply what they have learned in the classroom environment. In multiculturalism and human relations, we feel that providing our students with only 8 hours of training in that subject is just not enough. We must incorporate scenario-based training to fill in that gap. In addition, we teach de-escalation strategies to reinforce with our students the core ideal of the sanctity of human life. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement mandates that 16 hours of Spanish instruction occur in the Basic Peace Officer Academy. We currently employ Spanish-speaking instructors who also have pertinent law enforcement experience. At any time, if a need arises, the municipality can request in-service training in whatever language they prefer. De-escalation and CIT training are invaluable to our law enforcement partners. In 2017, we implemented 8 hours of de-escalation and 40 hours of CIT training in our in-service programs. In 2019, we integrated them into our basic peace officer academy before TCO made it a state requirement in April 2020. As we all know, police work is transitional in nature and requires our students to not only understand laws and procedures, but how to incorporate them into decision-making in the field. Our academy has developed an extensive reality training-based program. This reality-based scenario training program has resulted in many benefits for our students, including how to assess threats and weigh options, decrease the number of times a student makes inappropriate or excessive use of force decisions, increases their mastery of skills resolving conflict, and increases their ability to recognize those who have disabilities and assist those in possible crisis. The feedback from our students has been overwhelmingly positive, as most of them have never been in any type of use of force scenario or have had to make a decision that would influence someone's life within a matter of seconds. Students have stated that the additional scenario training has solidified what they have learned in the classroom and feel it goes an additional step further into their preparation for patrolling the streets. Integration, Communications, Assessment, and Tactics, ICAT, is a training program created by the Police Executive Research Forum, PERF, that provides first responding police officers with the tools, skills, and options they need to successfully and safely diffuse a range of critical incidents. This program was created directly from the input of hundreds of police professionals from across the United States. ICAT takes the essential building blocks of critical thinking, crisis intervention, communications, and tactics, and puts them together in an integrated approach and training. Scenario-based learning involves the acquisition of effective communication and active learning skills, as well as various de-escalation skills. Scenarios ensure that police skills and tactics are utilized appropriately to effectively intervene in crisis. Scenarios are designed to make the cadets think and use verbal skills to de-escalate whenever possible and use appropriate force only when necessary. Scenarios are also incorporated in every step of the academy experience. We have scenarios in high-risk traffic stops, red man fighting scenarios, and ground fighting and defensive tactics. Our goal has always been to ensure that the students understand that they only have seconds to decide with only a portion of the information available at that time. We strive to instill the skills necessary for our students to make appropriate decisions and apply their learning whenever possible. There are 3 types of scenarios that have been implemented in our Basic Peace Officer Academy. These scenario types consist of lecture, practical, and comprehensive scenarios. All 3 types of scenarios can be facilitated with verbal application, role play, or video presentations. We partner with only the most experienced subject matter experts and instructors. They bring their vast knowledge and experience and combine them with effective instructional pedagogies to ensure comprehension. As a police academy, we are guided by our college goals and principles, 3GAP. We will be one college that is student ready and willing to serve our community. The TCC Basic Peace Officer Academy wants to instill these goals and principles in our cadets and help them understand that policing involves community engagement. Currently, we participate in a variety of community engagement programs. As we have discussed before, we believe an important skill for our students to master is multiculturalism and human relations. When our students participate in the food bank packaging and distribution on campus, they learn that law enforcement involves constant human interaction. Their communication skills are enhanced as they obtain valuable experience by engaging in conversations with those we serve. When our academy participates in the assembly and distribution of school backpacks, they learn that it's not just the way they perform their jobs, but how they serve our community. All of the police departments in the state of Texas have implemented some form of community service. And this serves as a strong foundation earlier in their careers. The impetus of our community engagement programs show our students that they can apply the principles learned in the Basic Peace Officer Academy to enhance their life and professional missions. We have hosted a total of 4 international programs with a total of 40 Mexican law enforcement professionals here at the TCC Police Academy. The response from the U.S. State Department was extremely positive. Representatives who attended the program at our academy invited our coordinator, Jim McGregor, to speak to a total of 300 attendees at the National Conference of Directors of Police Training Academies and Institutes in Pachuca, Hidalgo, Mexico. Quite an honor for TCC Police Academy. We have partnered with MHMR Tarrant County in both our De-Escalation and CIT courses in both the Basic Peace Officer Academy and in-service programs. Our purpose is to have experienced and certified professionals who will educate our law enforcement officers and cadets. This has shown to reduce liability for police agencies and increase positive and peaceful resolutions to crisis situations. In our community, TCC Police Academy has formed a variety of partnerships within our state and communities. We have partnered with the Federal Bureau of Investigation to host the Supervisor and Command Leadership Institutes, which bring valuable leadership training to police department command staff here in our service area. We are also grateful for our partnership with the Horton City Police Department under the leadership of Cody Phillips. Chief Phillips also serves as our advisory board chairperson, and his department has assisted us by providing subject matter experts in defensive tactics. And in return, we have assisted them in gun range utilization and provided trainings as they arise. In summary, the Basic Peace Officer Academy is the cornerstone of the Criminal Justice Training Center, and we also provide in-service training to current law enforcement officers to receive the most current and pragmatic training available. As part of the 85th Texas legislation session, Senate Bill 1849, Sandra Bland Act, De-Escalation and Crisis Intervention were added to the Basic Peace Officer Academy. We also include scenarios and training situations to help students de-escalate whenever possible and increase their mastery of valuable skills that will be utilized in their law enforcement careers. We will continue to serve with a focused and not finished mentality by providing training that is professional and innovative well into the 21st century and beyond. At this time, I would like to now introduce Chief Williams from TCC Police Department, and he will speak on de-escalation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ng. Along with the programs they have at TCC's Police Academy, I, along with my senior command staff, which includes my training coordinator, Dwayne Kelly, we reviewed our current general orders that we have for use of force. And within our current general orders, 4 things we actually added or either clarified. And one was de-escalation. We want to make sure that we've always taught de-escalation within our department, within our in-service training. But one of the things that I want to do was make sure that that was definitely clarified to our officers, is that we use everything that we have to our advantage as far as trying to de-escalate the situation. When we come up on a volatile type situation, we want to make sure that we use all of our training, all of our skills, all of our skill set to communicate more than having to use force. And we want to train all of our officers that force is definitely the last option that we have to use in that particular situation. The second was duty to intervene. I always felt like all the officers that we have working for our department would always come forward if they see excessive force being used. And that was really never a doubt in my mind that we didn't have an officer here that wouldn't come forward when they saw excessive force being used. But we wanted to make sure that there was no doubt by adding that to our general orders. So now in our general orders, we added that there is actually a duty to intervene if any officer sees another officer using what they feel is excessive force. And not only to intervene within that situation, but to also immediately report that. And one way we have is a fail-safe to make sure that that is being done. All of our supervisors are required to review 5 body camera videos per week. That way we can go back and see not only negative context, but positive context as well. Because I will say that officers do a lot more positive contacts every single week that go unnoticed. So I want to make sure that we not only condemn, but we also praise the officers for doing such a good job that they do every single day. Neck restraints was something that we've never taught neck restraints within our department, within our police department, but we wanted to make sure that that was spelled out, that no type of neck restraint whatsoever would ever be tolerated within this organization. So we wanted to make sure that we spelled out every single type of neck restraint possible to make sure that that is never used within this organization. And the last is immediate medical treatment. When force is used, we want to make sure that medical treatment was always sought for the person that force was used against. Knowing that sometimes it may not be evident that the person may be in some type of physical distress, but it's always a good idea to call EMS when force is used to make sure that that person is okay before they're transported to jail. And with that, I can bring everyone forward. If any questions for the Police Academy or for the Police Department, including Mr. Kelly.
Mr. President, I would just like to, first of all, thank you for a very good presentation. We appreciate it. And just as a board member, it feels good to know that we're on the cutting edge, training and otherwise. I was wondering, and Red, just maybe a question for you, if you could make available the 34 municipalities that we're working with. I would really like to see those. I want to see if our city is a part of it, but I really would like that. If you could, Dean, if you don't mind getting that to Reggie, I'd appreciate it. But very good job. Very good job. Thank you, Chancellor, for making this available to me today.
I had a question. We're training not only new officers, but veterans that come back for retraining. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, and do we have combined classes? I mean, with cadets and veterans, or are they?
They are separate. So our cadets have they're part of the BPOA, so they have a cohort, and our in-service training they are sectioned by classes, and so they do not operate together. No, sir.
Okay, because the veterans would have a whole lot more feedback, I would think, and the cadets in terms of, you know, what about this or what about that?
I'm glad to hear that, or I'm grateful to hear that you work with the MHMR.
Yes.
Depression and disabilities are pretty quiet most of the time. And I was wondering if you have, you know, your officers are all tough, but it's very stressful sometimes. Do you have programs for, or do you give available advice to your officers and people for their stress, so forth and so on? I think, you know, there are all kinds of programs to recognize suicide and so forth, not for your officers, but there are all kinds of nuances going on for mental disabilities and mental health issues. I was just wondering if you offer those kinds of things for your officers?
Well, for our cadets, yes.
For your cadets, it's
we do.
stressful.
We go into discussion about services that they can access if they're dealing with anything. But then I'm sure Chief Phillips here and Chief Williams would be able to kind of expound on what they do for their actual officers.
It's an important. It's something that people kind of put under sometimes. So I just was interested in that.
Would you like to speak with that, Chief Phillips?
So I've been at Haltom City for going on 22 years now, and chief for almost 5. And when we first got into law enforcement, you had to be tough. You know, they didn't talk about feelings. They didn't talk about your emotions. You know, if you saw something, you just packed it up and go on to the next call. Well, you know, within the last 5-10 years, that transition has taken over where we've got to address mental health within law enforcement profession anyway. So I know what we do at Haltom City. We do, I always believe there's 2 types of debriefs after a critical incident. And that's basically anytime I tell my supervisors, anytime everybody's on one call, that's a critical incident. I mean, if everybody's got to be there at one time. So you do a debrief to basically go over what we did right and what we need to improve on the next time something like this similar happens. And then we do something totally different where we sit down and talk about, hey, how did it make you feel? Are you okay? We talk about talk about feelings. We try to instill on the new recruits once they get out of the basic police officer academy. In our 5-week in-service academy, it's just that it's normal to feel that way. You're supposed to be sad when you see somebody hurt or somebody dead. And it's not normal not to feel okay. So we try to instill that from day one to make sure that they understand that they have the ability to talk to somebody.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. We've heard a lot of, with some of this stuff going on right now where you have a bad police officer that has done something and he's been cited many times for misconduct or whatever. How do you go about it in Haltom City if you have somebody like that? How do you weed them out or you retrain them or what's your procedure?
So my personal philosophy is you got to look at it. Is it a mistake of the heart or a mistake of the mind? Did they do the wrong thing thinking they were doing the right thing for the right reason at the right time? If they actively do something that they know is wrong, then I have an issue with that, and that is not trainable. That's an individual that you need to get rid of. Unfortunately, there are processes set forth, depending if the agency is a civil service agency or not, on how those processes take place and the duration that investigation must take.
I noticed that we do Spanish training, which is very good. What sort of things are taught in that 16 hours that you train? I mean, do you involve culture? Do you talk about just things related to police activities, or what kind of subjects do you cover in that?
Thank you for the question. That's a very good question. In the Basic Peace Officer Academy, we start with the foundation in Spanish instruction. So we'll talk about some of those action words like knife, gun, some of those things that the young officer needs to understand when dealing with suspects or just the public in general. So we talk about that. We also talk about the history as far as, the cultural differences, the multiculturalism, how that influences our society and how that all interplays together. But yes, all of that is part of the instruction. But that is kind of why we like to bring somebody in who is someone who's law enforcement and a Spanish speaker, because they can communicate all of the underlying information when it comes to law enforcement tactics and Spanish speaking people. So it's a way that we have our officers. Of course, they're not going to be totally fluent in Spanish, but we're going to give them enough to where they can understand, I'm hurt, I'm in an accident, I don't know who to call. We'll be able to have some kind of rough communication with them. And of course, Spanish is an intermediate course, and that's done in our in-service program. And that's kind of like a refresher for their intermediate license or intermediate certificate that they will receive after they start their law enforcement career.
And you brought in you have a relationship with the Mexican police forces down there. Do you ever thought about bringing a Mexican police officer here to teach basic Spanish?
We actually have, and it was something that Coordinator Jim McGregor was talking about, like an exchange program type. But of course, with COVID, it's just, kind of made that a little difficult, of course, and it's also changed our environment. But it's something we are looking at. And one thing I will say about our police academy is we are forward thinking. So we're looking into that once this COVID thing blows over. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, comments?
Thank you. Good job. Good job.
Okay, it's a hard act to follow, but it is the final act that you'll have now. So I'm going to spend a couple of minutes chatting about our progress as it relates to implementation of our new functional area of corporate services and economic development. And I'll go back to shortly after I was in the hiring process. We talked a lot about, was presented to me a few years ago, was that the college really did not have the relationship or serve the business community as it really needed to be. And that was true. It was very true. And there's some survey results related to that. And so we spent time intensely, purposely, as designing how it's functioned, how the college would respond to that. And about a year or so ago, I hired Shannon Bryant from Sinclair Community College in Dayton, Ohio, as a premier institution in the country in this space. And over this last 10 months or so, we've begun to design what this unit would look like and how it would operate. It was interrupted by COVID. We were intended to do some of this stuff back in March and April. However, COVID did also result in a lot of work for the college to do in this capacity, which I'll share in a second. So the team really, what this will look like is 2 units within launching TCC Means Business. And you will see a campaign developed by a local firm, Pitch Black, to help us really speak to the business community. And what are the program services that we will be moving forward under 2 umbrellas? This Small Business Development Center. You know that the college is the fiscal agent and the provider and the home of Small Business Development Center for Tarrant County. And then the Corporate Solutions and Economic Development Unit, primarily college services and programs. So the SBDC, very simple mission, is to accelerate the growth of entrepreneurs in the business and to be a leader in assisting that community and do so from a vision standpoint. Providing training and technical assistance to entrepreneurs and business owners. And during this time of COVID, there's been plenty of that, and I've shared that with you before. They work very closely, statewide, college, local governments, and private organizations, chambers and such, to help assist in this arena. So the goals for this year, and we are abided by the North Texas SBDC goals, is related to providing, responding to them, if you will. So you can see the economic impact that is had, the new businesses that have been started, the hours of consulting that have been logged, and jobs have been created in Tarrant County. Those are the goals that we have. And then moving forward 2021, you can see those to really establish more micro centers, more services. We are the recipients of additional resources, so $750,000. We're in the process now of hiring new advisors and placing them throughout the campuses as well. So not will they only be housed at the Ginn building down on Rosedale. There will be some services provided at the Opportunity Center as well as all the campuses to help meet this need. The impact that COVID has had, and you've heard me give you the reports and updates before, the outreach that this SBDC has had as related to the pandemic. And it has been significant in terms of the businesses served, grants, help writing grants, training, advisement, across the board is quite significant. One thing that's becoming more and more challenging right now, even though with this money that's available for entrepreneurs, money's getting tight out there. Even though the interest rates are low, businesses are being hesitant now to lend to entrepreneurs because their margins are so small. And that's going to be something that's going to have to be addressed, not only here, but nationwide, as to how do we help continue to support entrepreneurs when in fact the resources to start up and continue to thrive may become more and more difficult to do. So you can see all those numbers there in terms of the served and how many folks we've touched. The number of webinars have been, of course, with people home, and very well attended, some 35,000 people across the region. So the impact that the SBDC has had and the COVID-19 response has been really remarkable. The corporate solutions and economic development, or the corporate solutions, if you will, part of the unit will be the significant piece as it relates to speaking directly to business and working directly with business. And the mission is just that, is to help business provide learning solutions to them for relevant job training, regardless of what that need may be. That could be 1 hour training, that could be C-suite training, succession planning, or that could be multi-year certificates or programs. The objectives here are really the foundation of how a unit like this operates. And it's very simple in nature, very common sense. And working with a business, there are 3 types of assessments that you can see that would be asked over and over and over again. And how that assessment is conducted, though, will depend upon the business and the level of engagement, whether it's talking to a CEO, whether it's talking to an HR person or a floor plant person, if you will. But this is really a lot like order taking, but you have to have that engagement in order to what the need is. I can tell you from experience in working in this area in the past, about a third of the time, whoever you're speaking to related to assessment, they don't really know, or they're wrong as to what they need. So whether it be a CEO or an HR person. So the assessment is not to be taken lightly, because it really delves into the need of training or service or otherwise. And if that's wrong, then everything's wrong and nobody's happy. So this is really fundamental to the operation. We're going to kick off in a phase 1 and some assessments that are pretty standard, but then also respond to the area's need in advanced manufacturing, financial services, healthcare, and some technology as well. So this is really the model of engagement. So you're going to say, what are we going after? What's the predominant need out there? It's in these particular areas. And so again, I had mentioned before, there are different markets to target as it relates to who we're speaking to, and who we will engage in, and then eventually, of course, who's going to be served. We'll also be doing some work with economic development agencies and helping with site selection. Oftentimes when a business is looking to relocate or expand, one of the big issues is, where's my workforce coming from? How can I rely on your area there to provide workers for my business? And that's more and more of an issue. Yes, they're interested in free water and free, fire protection and all types of incentives to move to someplace. But fundamentally is they need to know, and they want to know, where their workers are coming from. So some of the other strategic-wise, if you will, is to really reorganize and restructure and realign how this business works. And I'll talk about it in a second, because this is very different. This is not an advisement staff, a counseling staff, a testing center, typically of a college operation. This really runs like a business, and therefore it needs to be structured such. The colleges that do this and do it well recognize that, and they respond that way, and I'll give you some more detail related to do that. And frankly, if you want to just reduce it, if you will, it's becoming less reactive and much more proactive. That doesn't mean we're not doing grants. We're going to continue to do grants, but we're not going to solely rely on grants. As the business model is such is that it really needs to be sales focused, customer service focused, and be out there in the markets that generate revenue. Later on in a few months, we'll come back and show you what the business model and the operation model will look like. So again, very operationally driven, high margins, high value, if you will, very customer centric, want to be the solutions provider for every company that we engage with, meaning that we're not, it's a one-time shot, it's an engagement for them to understand that regardless of what your solutions need may be, that we are there to provide. One of the things about the colleges, we have certainly a lot of opportunity to, we have people, we have space, we have technology, And so in doing this work, we bring the whole resources of the college together. This is going to be very, very numbers oriented, very outcomes oriented in terms of whether we know it's working or not. So when we talk about sales, what revenue are we generating? How many people are we touching? How many proposals are we putting out there? What's the yield on those proposals? So again, this is hopefully where you can see this is not typical college business. We're looking at it as a business, and we're looking at success measures much like a business would look like. And so some of the things that fall into categories of what would be engaged in are things like facilitation, coaching, and consulting, as well as specialty training for incumbent workers for whatever need that perhaps may be. We will create a plan, if you will, related to how to serve businesses, whether they be from an engagement standpoint, webinars. There will be open enrollment, meaning that we will offer general types of programs and services to the business community, and it wouldn't be targeted to any particular industry or any particular business. We do want to work with particular businesses. We do want to work with the particular industries, but also there is a general curricular program service need out there for all types of businesses. This is what I mentioned a little bit while ago, and this is very, very important, and this is where a lot of colleges fail. This is not a standalone unit that sits on its outside looking in and really doesn't have any engagement. The real value in bringing something like this on and doing it successfully is using all the college resources to the table. So even though it's corporate training, it may be done at a campus, or a full-time faculty member may go to a business and do the training. We may use equipment at a campus, or in fact, other levels of engagement, resources that we bring. So this is critically important, and I've tried to instill this with the presidents and with Shannon and working together, and how we move forward in making this successful is that we need to bring all the resources of the college to the table. Certainly there's plenty of opportunity with engagement with the foundation, because one of my expectations is that the end, when we do training or we do work for people, that is a relationship, and that relationship should be capitalized on. It's nice that businesses pay taxes, but frankly, I've been always of the belief if they're going to benefit more than the general public, they are prime targets, if you will, for foundation opportunities and other types of partnerships that we have. Very unique to us with the TCC Connect campus. It now brings into play a lot of venue, a lot of opportunity for online instruction to be provided to our clients. And again, a real valuable piece that we should capitalize on. And really out there in the community, doing things like working with chambers, working with economic development agencies, working with cities to help them in their economic development efforts, and in building those relationships, whether they be in that, whether they be with a specific industry or a particular company. There's certainly a process in which this happens. We do keep track of students. We're going to have to keep track of clients. And so whether it's Salesforce or something else, but the whole notion of it as running like a business, we will have to engage in the customer relationship management business. And often that is engage in some type of technology to really collect data, record sales, understand what a client is. So when any one of our salespeople goes out, they go to the Salesforce or whatever that we're using to say, who touched that business last? And so they're informed as they go out. And so again, it's much more prescribed, much more prescriptive as to working with clients than we would say a typical student, if you will. Grants are a big piece, and we'll continue to administer grants. There are a number of grants that were opportunities that were pass-throughs from the state and the county. We'll continue to service those, but frankly, we want the grants that will result in the actual training, not just the grant administration. And so we've continued to work with Texas Workforce Commission, the local Tarrant County Workforce Solutions, and those entities as well. So you've heard of this. Obviously, we've asked you to spend some money on this, and we'll get you up there as soon as the third floor of the Irving C. Johnson Hadley, the Northwest Center of Excellence in Aviation and Transportation Logistics Center on the third floor that we're redoing specifically for this. What that will look like, it'll have different types of spaces in it. and it'll be really to serve our clientele. And you can see what those spaces may look like. Whether it be IT support, whether it be, breakout rooms, spaces where we can cater if businesses come in for meetings, and services related to internet and such. So it's really going to be, I wouldn't call it a conference center because it's not of that magnitude, but it's going to be providing a number of services that conference center may actually do. And so these are types of the things, again, that would generate revenue for the college, actual training, the renting of meeting space, the training rooms themselves, facilitating such, and then also private offices. This is up at Alliance, there's a number of businesses up there and a number of travelers that would want to use space that we have available. And we are working closely with the folks up at Alliance and Hillwood and marketing what we're doing here. And so we have a true partner there. They certainly have a vested interest, and they see this as an asset coming to the area. Obviously, it's not just to serve that area, but certainly with all the businesses up there and the growing, it's a prime opportunity. We will, as I mentioned in a call to you folks last month, begin the process of establishing the organization beyond just Shannon. And you can see that there will be a couple of different phases of hiring, and you see different types of jobs up there as it relates to different than what a typical college job would be. We talk about business development representative; those are salespeople, and it will need its own, be able to track its own finance, its own marketing, if you will. And so you can see the phases of the work there. And depending upon how quickly we move and how much business comes in, we may move to phase 2 quicker or perhaps longer. But I do want you to see that there is an establishment of the organization, and it's really based upon getting it off the ground like any other startup and then moving forward, but giving it the proper support that we need to do. The Learning Education Resource Network is an organization about 40 years old, and Greg Mazzio has been the chair there or president there for most of those 40 years. They were smart. A long time ago, 40-some years ago, when community colleges began getting into this business, they got into the consulting business related to it. And really, Greg and his group are the premier in the country. We've consulted with them, or they've consulted with us, if you will. And you can see a statement there, and I've alluded to it before, is that a lot of colleges try to get into this, but they're not successful because they've not taken the next necessary steps to establish the organization the way it should be established. And so in working with Greg, he has helped us put that model together, and he's just testimony, if you will, that he thinks we've done it right. And obviously, he helped us do it, but it works. And so we should feel very good, or you should feel very good, that this is not a roll of the dice. This is a proven model, and we're taking that proven model and we're implementing it here. So with that, I'll stop and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I've got one question, Mr. President. And I think you may have shown it up there, and I'm curious about it. One is I like it, but how unique is our approach to training and development of corporate employees when we compare that to our local 4-year partners and others in the region?
If we do what we say we're going to do here, there's no comparison.
All right.
Because they don't have units like this that reach directly to and speak to the non-traditional. There's not going to be a lot of credits being generated here. Okay, there may be, but a lot of it's going to be service for fee and non-credit. And it's just not the arena that many 4-year institutions, not hardly many at all, go into. So yes, there is a market there, if you will. Is Dallas Community College doing something like this? Yes. Is Collin? Yes. But they have not embraced the full model as we have. And I know that for a fact. That's not disparaging. That's just a fact. And so there's a lot of opportunity out there for us. We think we're putting together the right structure to address it.
So this is obviously a great plan. It's going to raise the visibility of TCC. How do you envision this relationship with this program with fund development and working with the foundation?
It go hand in hand. I expect the leaders of the foundation, the leader in Shannon in this area, to work closely. Again, the sharing of information of who's serving what the engagement is, what the relationship is. So this really should be a hand-in-hand relationship, if you will. And so again, raising money, folks don't give to who they don't know, who have not served them. If we have a track record that says, in fact, we are providing value to your business, that is a very, very, puts us in an advantageous role to fundraising. And it may not just be dollars. It could be apprenticeships. It could be equipment. It could be, it could be anything. Hopefully it's their continued business as well.
Is there a goal in mind in terms of fundraising, or
no?
Coupled with this?
Yeah, there's no goal until we know what we're dealing with. The big thing here is to get this thing up and running. And again, as I mentioned, we'll come back and show you the business model, because there's a business model for this too that Greg prescribes in terms of pricing and overhead margins and things like that, and what yields. And what we want to do is certainly we want to serve, but we want to yield revenue as well and profit off of this, frankly.
And looking at your plan here, there's going to be new people coming on board.
Yes.
And is there a budget for that?
Yes, this has all been accounted for. It was been planned for a number of years. Yes, there will be some people, there won't necessarily be brand new. There will be some people within the college that will move to some of these positions.
Okay.
Yeah, one already actually has, the very first one has.
Okay.
Mr. Heed, I have a comment. I have a comment, please. Congratulations. I think this is quite visionary. So I'm really excited to see it, Chancellor. Just a couple of questions, because I know we've been working quite closely with our chambers. So, and I'm sure you'll get into all of this at some point. So how do you envision that relationship with the chambers, all of the chambers of commerce? And then also, we had gotten some feedback from some business owners that said, if I need some specific workers in a specific area, how do I have a conduit into the college to get that information? So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and that will be it. And so there are many offshoots to this, one of which is Shannon already has relationships with the local chambers. And so very much aware of what we're attempting to do. And they certainly see it as a resource. Okay. A big component of this could be career services overall for the college. So when you ask about needing employers, so if this matures the way it could, it would be just that the college would be looked at in a lot of different venues than it had in the past related to providing a workforce, whether it's training workforce or I need certain number of people or whatever the case may be. We're not seen that way right now. We grew up as Tarrant County Junior College, which was fine. And so a lot of people still see us as that's where you get your basics, that's where you go to transfer. And I'll tell you, and not too long after I got here, I'm having a conversation with Richard Caceres. And Richard's telling me from Encore, telling me about he needed lineman training, people to work on the line. And I said, Richard, we can do that. And he looked at me like I had three eyes. And he said, I didn't know you guys could do that. That's what we need to overcome. You're not going to overcome by sitting in our offices. This really is a business. And the first group of folks that will be hired are those business development people, i.e. salespeople. And they'll be focused on certain areas, the healthcare or manufacturing or finance.
And I have one other comment. The mayor has often said that, we maybe have lost some potential business folks wanting to move their business, relocate here because of workforce development issues. So how do you see that we would be playing into helping and supporting the city?
So I think it's the relationship with the mayor's office. It's the relationship with the county, a relationship with the chambers to say, no matter who is recruiting, JLL or CBRE, whoever is recruiting business or the chambers helping to retain a business, that we are an asset to whatever that need is related to, training or services or providing workers. I'm not called often by many of those agencies that, hey, we got someone on the hook here. Alliance is very good at it. Anytime Alliance is really looking at bringing a business or doing a business, we're at the table. We are at some of the others, and that's not their fault. I think that's more of our fault that we have not been out there to present ourselves as an asset to providing that. But yes, that's going to be one of the significant differences of how the college will be facing the community. Do you have enough for one day?
No, we're not through yet.
All right. Thank you. You do have a couple items in back of your booklet there, and that's the upcoming IT and construction projects that you always get the list of. So you can feel free to take a look at that at your leisure and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chancellor. The board will now conduct a closed meeting in order to discuss matters permitted by the following sections of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, which includes consultation with attorney, legal issues regarding any item listed on today's district work session meeting agenda, deliberations regarding real property, deliberations on personnel matters, and deliberations on security devices or security audits. And the board may reconvene in open session and act on any item listed on an executive session agenda in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. However, we do not anticipate any action, but we will have a closed session.
And we initially talked about moving to Trinity Point, but we're going to stay here so that we can just move right through it. And we'll ask everyone else, we'll pause the cameras and ask everyone else to step out into the hall until we reconvene. That way we won't have to walk down the hallway.
And we will have a full minutes to take a
yes, sir.
break.
Second.
To adjourn. Okay. Thank you. Second motion.
I seconded it. Second.
You seconded. Mr. Greenhill, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. We are adjourned.
Bye.
Good seeing everybody.